Let me go pee and come back, and I'm going to get started with what I'm going to talk about tonight. I'll be right back. Okay, let me see. I'm going to take me a shower, but I wanted to wash my towel and my rag because I left it out while I was gone. Hold on 1 second. Let me figure out what I'm going to do. I think I just cut me one. All right, so should I go ahead and take my shower now? I want to, but I want to do this live before I get too late. All right, so hold on 1 second. Let me put my self on a time. 10 my calls have 35 minutes, so that's 11:48. So tonight's topic is going to be about um it's going to be about um it's going to be about the medical field and changes that need to occur in the medical field, um, based on what happened to me. So, just to give a brief synopsis of what happened to me, um, I am a product of state and federal retaliation. Um, all of the videos on my page from YouTube to Facebook, I have over probably 4,000 videos, if not more, um, online because I have lived my life in a public space since 2020 when I made my second federal complaint. The retaliation got so bad that I had to, I felt that I had to record and document as much as possible. I was already a writer in terms of writing down what I did every day and how much money I spent. And then after the retaliation got so bad, I felt compelled to live under some type of lens so that I would have some type of proof, even if the proof was sabotaged, just the amount, the preponderance of that amount of evidence would show that something is wrong and something was wrong and what was going on. So in 2018 was my first complaint from 242 Quiet Grove Drive in Lexington, South Carolina. And then the second was in 2020. Actually, take that back. I'm sorry. It was in Kentucky. And so the complaints got worse as the retaliation got worse. And then someone came and told me in 2020, a black lady came to um, 200 Compass Road. I think that's the address. It's the storage in McDonough. And she came in August of 2020. And she came about the 14th or 15th of August. Somewhere in there, I was getting the gray bed that I had sold to a lady out in Marietta somewhere, or out that way. It was far out. Either way, she said that these people don't go to jail and they don't get in trouble. And you might just need to stop complaining. And she was a black lady. She had a son with her. She was in an SUV. She had an out of state tag, which I wrote down. And she was there moving furniture in a storage that was adjacent to mine. Um, and they had just came out of nowhere. I didn't know her or anything. And she sent her son to help me because she said she saw me struggling with the bed by myself. And she told me that information. Well, fast forward to the future, they told me, law told me verbatim in person that they would get revenge for the complaints that I filed, and that all I needed to do was give them time and they would change every last statement that I made, and change every accusation I made against each agent that was involved and each of my family members that were involved in the complaint. And they gave me this message in November, about November the 27th of 2020. It was either the day before I got fired from DoorDash or the day of, somewhere in there. But the next day, I went to see my sister, Maxine Hopkins, at or Etheridge at 3027 Window Lane in Grovetown, Georgia. I went to see her to tell her about the conversation, to tell her about the Social Security card, and to tell her about ketchup, and then to tell her about what the guy had said. And she told me I didn't ever need to talk to him again, and I agreed, but I did. And he told me that it was going to be just overnight, and they were going to say pop, and that was going to be the end of it. That they were just going to catch me off guard, and that they were going to say pop, and that they were just give them time, and everything that I said they were going to turn it. And that was in 2020, and here it is 2024, and that is exactly what they have done, including build false narratives that are not true. I understand that the purpose of an operation like this is to draw over every civil right or the civil rights of a person as needed to get it done. However, what is the purpose of having constitutional rights if they don't apply, and if they can be sabotaged in this way to make accusations and real concrete evidence against someone that you know is not true, not only to cause mental injury, but to harass and intimidate someone in such a way. So tonight I want to start with medical, and this is very long. So I don't even know why I'm starting with medical, because there is so much that I want to change as a result of Operation Trap Crystal Jackson He. And I want to do that because the law, as I said, allowed my husband to marry me. And then everything that he did, they moved me in his, basically, like he lived the whole time, but was doing things I didn't know. and then moving me in that path. So let's say, let me give an example. So let's say we're separated right now, we're divorced. And let's say he is living right now at 121 Wood Lane, and let's say that is in Arkansas. Let's say that they will stage a place for me to live in Atlanta, and it will be 121 Wood Lane, but it will be in Riverdale. So they'll move me behind him and use him to work up there and get a job. They will put me at 121 Wood Lane in Riverdale, and the same job that he has, someone else has that job in that vicinity, of which they can use artificial intelligence with and swap to make me a man. Now, why medical is so important is starting from, I don't know if I want to start from what needs to be changed or if it's best to start with what went wrong and then say what needs to be changed. And I think so that it's understood, it's probably best to say what went wrong first. And what went wrong first was me seeing someone go to the hospital, check in under these alias names and profiles, and be seen by a doctor in the future tense of what the law anticipated. So let's say we are giving her shots and gas for retaliation. These shots and gas for retaliation will produce maybe neuropathy. I'll give an example, or paralysis. Then that person from that future profile tense will start receiving medical care. And then let's say they said, well, we know that we're going to give her these shots too that will cause a memory lapse. Then you have another person going to the doctor in the name of this profile and creating a medical journal each time I visit the emergency room. And they would take that emergency room visit where I was there and give me the number to a person that was. The doctor would go and see that person, see me. They would put us in the side by side rooms. The doctor would know what I'm there for, would know what that person is there for, and would give me that person's medication, or would mention something to do with that person's profile to tie us in so that you come out as this person. The most disturbing event that I have of this is around, I think it was March. I know that I called my sister. I know that this event is relevant because they erased it out of my phone. So I know that it's relevant. It sounded just like my son, Corey. I was at Northside Hospital. I was in room 51, I think, or I wrote the number to the room down. I know I was in so you go in from that side entrance where the bathroom is. You go in right there, and there's like the jail side, or the side where people got mental health diseases or severe diseases. They took me there. I was in that side room to the right. They put me in that room. I was quiet, and I heard a male. He was black, and he was hollering. And I don't mean like he was in distress. Like um it was not a distress of hurting. It was a distress of he feared for his life. And I think that it could have been January or February, but I know that it was in March. I mean, I know that when I left, I felt so bad. Matter of fact, I got my notebook. I could tell you. I'm keeping my eyes on the clock. So let's go back to March of this year, and let's see wherever I was. Let's see whenever I was at Northside. So I was there on the 12th. I was there on the 22nd. Now, when in my notebooks, I don't normally write the room number. Sometimes I might, but I definitely will in my journal. I will write the um okay. So let's see. I'm going into all right. So I was there on the 8th of Northside. Let's see. No, it wasn't that one because it says the male nurse was Andy, so it wasn't that one. Let's see. It could have been the 10th. Mm, nope, it wasn't the 10th. Wait a minute. All right, so I want to say that this had already happened before March because I went to Peachtree Church and that had already happened before then. So this has got to be January or February. Yeah, because it's not in. Let me go back to February. I'm thinking this is February the 16th. That's what I'm thinking this was at Northside Hospital. I know it's in my notebook. I know this is relevant. That's important because they erased it. I was there on the 12th. Okay, I just started back in. I was there on the 12th. Let's see, was I even there on the 16th? No. Maybe they do erase stuff on my notebook, so I need to cross reference this. Because I normally write where I stay. I write the date first, the day, and then where I stay after. This is before. So I don't know. I know that I text Wanda I was on the train and I texted her and said, and I filed a complaint. So I need to go. I want to do that. Let me look in my emails. And her name was Delka, or yeah, that's it right there. Delka Baya at Northside. All right, so she's gotten how many letters from me? You can send me the information. We spoke on March the 19th, and so I sent her two letters. Northside complaint. So this is, let's see, this is it. Misconduct. And let's see. Um, okay, it was February the 22nd. I knew it was February because I knew, okay, yep, Northside Hospital. I got my page right on it. God had already took me to it. So February the 22nd, Northside Hospital. Yep. All right. So this is the date, and this is important. I visited the ER for chest pain and I was placed in the room number 25 near the police department. The police stood guard of a room nearby, which I found to be offensive. In the room next to me, in room 26, there was a black male who was seen by doctors of the ER. He conveyed to the doctors that he did not wish to receive any medicine. He also informed them that he was tired of being given meds that he did not want. He specifically said, I think he said, shots. I'm tired of that. Leave me alone. The ER staff attacked him. There, what is that? What am I trying to say right there? I think I misspelled a word. They attacked him and stuck him with sedating drugs. I heard him screaming, and it was frightening. All of the staff was white. The patient was not a danger to himself or others because he was not restrained. He was heard moving around the room prior to their entrance. They beat him and he was heard wrestling with him, which I found to be saddening. I cried and I started praying. It sounded just like Corey. And what I thought they had did was brought Corey from where he was, because Wanda had said at this time that his feet was hurting. I felt that they bought Corey from where he was, maybe put him in that room next to me so I could hear them torture my own son. Whoever it was in that room that they beat, it was 6 or 7 white people, big, with syringes and too much muscle power. The person in the room was not making noise. They were not combative. They weren't fighting. As soon as they walked in the room, I heard the boy say, "No, no, I don't want that. No." He was not fighting them before they went in there. I had been in the ER quite some time, and I found that to be very, very disturbing. And they were beating that boy in that room. All I heard was and and all of that. That's all I heard, and a lot of scuffling. And then I heard everything fall silent. And they came out, and the whole time I was in the hospital, after that, I never heard another sound out of that room. And I cried. I cried. And I cried the next day. And I wrote Delka at Northside Hospital, and I made a complaint, which I am about to post online again for the second time, because every time I write something, I post. And I told her that I was very saddened by that, because it was that person's right. As long as he wasn't a danger to himself or others, he had a right to refuse any medication that they wanted to give. And they did not allow that. And he was definitely not in a mental ward section or restrained, because the TV and stuff was on and he was not restrained. I heard him walking around in the room, but he wasn't fighting or anything or doing anything. He wasn't making noise or anything like that. So moving forward to why that is important and how does that relate to this? Because when it comes down to agent retaliation, I need to put the hospitals in the seat of where you see that there that what it does is it poses a risk for hospitals to get sued and for them to commit a crime in cahoots with someone else, which is why, in my case, real doctors did not see me, so that agents wouldn't cause them to risk their livelihood. They wouldn't risk their license because they knew that what we're doing is illegal. But we're doing it because we have an expected end and we're the law. We could do it. We can kill her off if we want to, and then we can put her in jail if we want to and kill her off there. We could do whatever we want to do because we're the law. So, with that mentality and mindset, they took over the hospital, and there was nothing that I could do. So, I'm going to prove this by telling first what happened in a nutshell. I'm trying to sum it up. Each time I went to the hospital, I was not seen by real doctors. I was seen by undercover agents or um, uh, people that wore uniform with fake badges and were really not affiliated with the hospital. If it was so happen out of 1 out of 12 times that I see a doctor, he's not going to be the doctor that is at that hospital. He's going to be a doctor that works somewhere else that just happened to either be there or, but definitely be down with what is going on and what happened. And so, what they would do is sit me in the lobby and they would sit people around me that could be either, it depends on what hospital I went to. If I went to Grady, that is a nursing home or a VA center, and predominantly men are coming and they're going to disrupt the environment with piss, feces, um, outbursts. They're going to turn it into a zoo. And then if I go to North Side, where more white people are prone to visit, they're going to turn it into um, a cancer center or a heart center, and people are going to come there to be treated for that. Either way, wherever I went, it was you're being the person that is pretending to be me is going to be seen for cancer, um, heart issues, or suicidal ideations. They're very good for that because they had to make a lot of false evidence concerning mental health. So Grady was where they did a lot of mental health because it's predominantly a black hospital. So when they went to the ER, they took advantage of that environment and they sent black people in there to play these roles and profiles. And what the hospital would do was some of them would take my picture and their systems would be logged into another entire hospital somewhere else. And they were just using the environment and the the link to say when you went to this hospital, you were really going to this hospital. And so we intend to say you crazy anyway. So nothing that you say will ever matter because we're the law. And this just is all about what we can do. So what I want to do is look at my doctor's records that came in the mail today, though I requested, and I'm going to show that online, that I requested to receive these email. They sent them in the mail, if they even came from a doctor, uh, Cox, because this person right here, I don't even know who they are, and it's just too coincidental. It says Dunlap Avenue, and Dunlap Avenue is in East Point. But once again, they play these games. So this here, whatever name this is, if I can put that up there, I don't know who that is, but you're getting receipts out of the mail. So I go to the mailbox and I get this. Let me go get my clothes. I go to the mailbox and I get this out. Normally, medical records come to my email, but if I do get them by there, they will say this name, who actually sent them. And this time they didn't. They said that name. That could be anything that I'm staged to get out the mail. I hate going to the mailbox. The mailbox is 100% of the time you're going there to pick up something that you don't know you're picking up. 100% of the time. Never fail. 100% of the time. You are going there to get something that you don't know you're getting. So, this is my request. And then right here is my request to get it by email. Right there. So, it says email release. But slaves do not get a chance to decide. So, they sent them by mail. And they sent them by mail so that agents can view it, which they can view it online anyway. They reviewed it in the hospital because more than likely they went in the system of the hospital while it was being made and changed what they wanted so that when the hospital printed out, the hospital say, we printed there, and the hospital say, how in the world did this get false? Or what is this girl saying? Because at Southern Regional Hospital, they have a ton of information in my file that is not mine. So either, because this is possible, and I have caught them doing this at Aurora Hospital in West Covina in California, they do sit behind the desk and put whatever the person is telling them in their ear to put in that computer. Yes, they do. Aurora did it. It was the black lady with the Powerpuff Girl ponytails. She worked at Richland County Sheriff Department, and they thought that I was retarded and was not going to remember. And I saw her there and said, why is this lady here fooling around with my medical records? But we will get to that later. So let me go check on my clothes and I'll be right back. All right. So let me finish. I have a little bit more peace. So the very first time this someone went to the hospital with me using a name was February of 2020, and it was at Doctor's Hospital, and it was a Black female, and she was heavy set, and she went right in. They are very, very bold. They are not timid. They're not they're not shy. She went right in the Doctor's Hospital and checked in. I checked in under Crystal Ketchup. She checked in under Crystal Jackson. So if you go back and pull the record in 2020, the lady checked in under Jackson. So let's go through the report because I changed my name in January of 2020 when Ketchup came back home. It was my gift to him because he had complained on not wanting me to change my name because that was what the law was after. They knew they were going to sabotage the marriage. And so they wanted me to flip flop back between these two names. I know plenty of people that use their married name and maiden name, but I never did. Once I changed it, I changed it. So, anyway, moving forward, I want to talk about my medical record and then I want to talk about what we need to do so this does not happen to anybody else. I don't have a lot of confidence that they will change it because the law is not really done with slavery. It just sounds good and it makes everybody stay quiet. But slavery is not over. This what I'm going through right now, this is bondage. So, moving forward into the first page of the medical record. I'm going to go by page. It is 37 pages long. We'll start by the first thing. Uh, Let me date and time this. And this is uh, it is 10/2 and it is 11:52 p.m. Reviewing. Oh, all right. So it's 10/2 and I'm going to write down or highlight on the record each problem that is wrong. And so it could be quick because I know what to look for. They're going to always have certain things wrong. And so I could tell you right now where they're going to be at. So we're starting with the name on the record. In 2020, the name, we're starting with actually they put Datavan at the bottom. That has to be a link somewhere because it wasn't before. So that goes. I don't know. They put these federal tax ID numbers on here. That's weird. Giving you access. So I'm gonna highlight that. That's weird. That I never seen that before in my life. They start doing that retarded junk. All right. So I'm gonna definitely say check the time of admission, the bed number. All right. The address, the phone number at that time in 2020. I had, let's see, 29270. And then when I got down here, I changed it to 771-231-2879. And so that's probably right. The first era, I'm gonna highlight the last name because I had already changed my name. They could have put it in Jackson because I'm not gonna really make a big deal about that. But the lady that night went to the hospital in Jackson. So I'm thinking that's why they did. But moving forward, so I highlighted the last name. The address is right. I'm surprised they got Christian Views on here because they normally don't do that. So I'm gonna highlight that. Um, they don't ever have my entire social security number on any record anywhere. Nowhere. Nowhere. They always mispronounce ketchup, and I know that this is deliberate because California did it the exact same way. KETSUP or KETCUP. So this is a deliberate event. So I'm surprised they have me as unemployed. That never happens either. That's weird. I'm going to highlight Humana because they are still linked and was even linked after Ketchup was no longer working at Kobe. They have Ketchup on here now. Coincidentally, the law did this because Humana has my husband's name spelled right. Later in the same report on the same day in the same sheet. Now the name is spelled right. These African doctors with these made up names can't even pronounce it. Just a bunch of letters that they just put somewhere. And this is not right because I didn't have an African doctor at the time of that. It was a white man that seen me. Now it does have um, another ER doctor, Faircloth, which would be a sound about. It wasn't sound about necessarily sound right, but I know that the doctor that seen me in there wasn't an African. Not when I first tried to kill myself, it wasn't. So we have that. They have the phone number on there. Now, where the next era is going to be is they're not going to say, they're going to have his medical history wrong. And let's find that. So, and then they're not going to say what I exactly took. This way, they have room to play with that a little bit for a future kill you off diagnosis or staging. So they can say, oh, that came from the pills that she took in 2020. So they don't have any specific drug that I took here, but it was Klonopin. So, and then the narrative is false. So it says, let's read the different narratives. So it says, this is a 43-year-old Black female, known history of anxiety and depression, was seen in the ER yesterday and given steroids as well as benzo, not given any steroids. She tested a family member about wanting to commit suicide. Police were called and they found her in her car. Highlight. Very important. They keep stressing car. Found her in her car. So that means that the police in this report or told them, or this is just changed all the way. Found her in her car. Very important. Very lethargic, and her bottle of benzos was empty. She also has multiple abrasions to her left wrist. Superficial. No. So let's highlight there. I had thought about that and was like, I don't want to mess up my hands just in case I live. My arms be all messed up. Patient was admitted as a case of suicide attempt, stabilized in the hospital while on telemetry monitor. Patient gradually improved. There were no periods of hemodynamic compromise or life-threatening episode. Eventually, patient was medically cleared and transferred to an inpatient mental health facility for continuation of care. Doesn't have any name right there, which is going to be Greenleaf. So let's go into the report and see if they put Greenleaf, because nothing is there. So keep going and get into the actual, see where else we're going with this. These fake doctors are the ones that's noticed. I'm looking at this report, are the ones that's signing these reports. It's not the real doctors. Say primary care physician does not know. So you can see what they were doing, crazy stuff. I don't know my own doctor. Unit number, highlight all of that. Okay, the 43 on me. Uh, uh, let's see. Nothing else there. Turn the page. Reported medications. This is important. Past medical history. All right, so now we're getting somewhere. All right, past medical history is stated complaint, overdose in parking lot. Allergies is aspirin, Demerol, and penicillin. Home medication, active scripts, clonazepam, Klonopin, um, Decadron, and that's it. So where's the, unless that is the steroid, but I don't recall that being at all. I believe it was that in Valium, because I was saying, why did he give me two? But I can look at that and see. But I don't think that's Valium. Um. Okay, so here is reported medications: diclofenac, Voltaren, whatever that is, hydrocodone, hydrochlorothiazide. Okay, that highlight that, because one of these is something that it ain't supposed to be. So methylcarbamol, Robaxin. Oh yeah, that's a painkiller. Phentermine, Adipex. No. Ibuprofen, Xanaflex, Tramadol, Apralizam, Xanax. Oh, that's probably what it was. Xanax and Clonopin. No, it was Valium. All right, so that's this. All right. Now moving forward, uh, just saying what my test results was, which is always important because they play with those to make it look like you were already in distress of some kind before you came in. And I'm going to get to that in a minute because somewhere in here it says already being seen or past history of hypertension or something like that. All right, so here is 43-year-old female here for suicide attempt. Patient appears to have consumed a large amount of clonazepam. Do not want to reverse with romosozumab with risk of seizures, and do not know her baseline status with benzodiazepines. Patient does not appear to be septic. She has no evidence of trauma, was not found on the side of the road but in her car. No indication for head CT. She is moving all extremities and she is improving. Plan to give fluids. Will do full tox screen EKG without concerning findings. Plan to admit to the medicine service for observation as she cannot safely be cleared at this time for psychiatric placement. 1013 placed on the chart due to her current position, stated she is a threat to herself. I didn't state that, but it's okay that they said that. Obviously, you in there for that. Patient is improving, more alert, but still normal. Okay, so we did that. This is another doctor. It was on the 23rd of February 2020. And so let's see, cardiovascular drugs. Don't recall getting any of that. If they did, they wasn't telling me nothing. Really, I don't recall them putting anything in there but 2 bags. They didn't even pump my stomach. The people was hoping I die. Get the hell out of here. Is there anything we do to help you? Will goodbye move you faster? The people did not want to save my life. They rolled me in that room. They gave me 2 bags and get in this green gown and shit. Sit here till we find out where we gonna ship you next. Since your ass left, fuck. Get you somewhere else where we can go make some more evidence. That's what that was. So all these drugs here on the back page: diphenhydramine, metoprolol, acetylene, sodium chloride, all that. I don't know about none of that. Some people put 2 bags and then went out and left. See you when we find somewhere for you to go. I slept until I was calling Easter, begging to use the phone, and trying to get in touch with Ketchup. That was it. Had anxiety about Ketchup because they the ones that put me in. It was Nika and Ketchup. Nika and them is the what did it. They gave me pills. Agent was at Nika house, being me in that Mercedes, that gray Mercedes, and they was at Nika house. He stayed there while they told me to come. We get to that in a minute. What started the episode? All right, good note right here. How did I miss that? I have spoken to patient and her caregivers. I have explained the patient's condition, diagnosis, and treatment plan based on information available to me at this time. I have answered the patient and caregivers' questions and addressing the concerns the patient and caregivers have. Gives much understanding patient. I don't know his condition and treatment plan as she can be expected at this point. The patient has been stabilized within the capability of the emergency department. The patient will be transported for further care and management or will be moved to an observation or inpatient service. I have communicated with the staff or medical practitioner taking over this patient's care. All right, now we back here. Suicide attempt with benzo. This is a 43-year-old black female, known history of anxiety and depression, was seen in the ER yesterday and given steroids as well as benzo. Records indicate history of sarcoidosis. All right, getting somewhere. She tests a family member about wanting to commit suicide. Police were called and they found her in her car, very lethargic, and her bottle of benzos was empty. She also has multiple abrasions to her left wrist. When I met with her, she was still very lethargic, arousable, oriented by 3, appetite intact. After I met with the patient, nursing staff called me and made me aware that the patient was very agitated and required Haldol. This is not true. Now, if they put anything in that IV, I don't know nothing about it because I told y'all before, not this episode, but later in 2020, in August 19th, they took what I said on video from August of 2020 and put that in this report. This is not, it's how they be messing up stuff, taking what you say and just putting it anywhere. That's not true. They take look at that and break that down in court. They would say, "Man, if this lady came in here and I took all these pills, that lady gonna be asleep. If she took an overdose of Klonopin and anxiety medicine, Xanax, man, that lady gonna be asleep. Ain't nobody gonna be up fighting with you. You just told a lie. It's not even possible." The patient denies the following: fever, chills, blurry vision, or double vision. Denies chest pain, shortness of breath, melena, all these. Okay. Past medical history: sarcoidosis, hypertension. There we go. We want that one right there. Morbid obesity. All right. Past surgery. This is another one. Highlight this. This is important. They only got one thing: bronchoscopy. They're missing C-section. They're missing C-section. They're missing. I had 5 surgeries: a C-section, 2 laparoscopies, a bronchoscopy, and a partial hysterectomy. They're missing 4. So they don't have any reproductive surgery here. And this is related to the man. I think that's the only reason that these hospitals, no hospital, have any record of that. They get funny when you get to talk about C-section. They act like they don't hear what you're saying. They don't want to write that. Positive for marijuana. All right. So I had went down, and that's only because I went to Nika house. I had not smoked before then. And they laced that weed. All right. So follow up on CT of the head, like I got hit. I'm telling you, they be working it out. People ain't take me to get no CT nowhere. Stayed in that bed all day long. They did give me some Pepsi. That's all that lady gave me. Lay there in that room and hope you die. Go to sleep. You ain't even supposed to go to sleep after you take an overdose. They told me to go to sleep. I went anyway. Okay. Then next, let's see. Looks like everything from here is going to be the same. And it looks like this man here, this seems like the same man's name that was it was an African too at Southern Regional in August of 2020 when I tried to kill myself. All right, so the notes are going to always be wrong. And they're going to say something like this: patient laying in bed at the time of visit, stating she wants to go back to Bowling Green, Kentucky. She and her husband are having difficulties and she needed to clear her head, so she drove down here. This what happened in Kentucky. I have 3 counselors and a support line. I just need to get back to Bowling Green. My husband and my business is there. See, you're going to have that. I do see that somebody put shh. Sick of y'all. No. And you just sent me that mess in the mail. Yeah. But that was cute. Shh. They good for saying that. Shut up, nigga. I'm sick of them. I was having a dark moment and pulled into the ER parking lot, took pills, and called my niece. Wrong. And she called EMS. Wrong. and wrong. All right. Now, okay, moving forward. Laboratory tests are always going to be funny because they want to link other stuff to make it look like you had stuff going on all along. Um, and so that's what these are. 1013 on the chart. Patient is medically cleared at this time. So they sent me out. But it doesn't say. Um, okay, now they do have benzodiaz presumptive positive. I don't know what that is. I need to look up that and see what that is. Um, this is THCA. What is A? A is presumptive positive. And why don't they just say presumptive positive? It's weird. That's weird. All right. So pre-diabetic levels. That is important. All right. Cardio mediastinal silhouette non-enlarged. Okay. Let's see if it says where I was going in this whole process. See if it says where I was transferred. I see medicine on here. Excuse me, a list of medicines. MRN number may be important. Another patient information sheet, but it's going to be about the same. And I do see two numbers on here that are ending in 4-4. So definitely want to. 4-4 is going to be linked to a few banks. Um, and I really want to go back to my notebook in Kentucky. I know they erased it because they were erasing, and them people will take your notebook and rewire that junk and put pages out, take pages out, and erase that junk like it wasn't there at all. They do that. I have seen it happen. And rewrite your pages while you sleep, and you yeah, see, she does stuff and forget it. That's what they say, and I know that because anybody know me know as much as I write. If I went to Metro PCS and got a new phone, I'm not gonna write the phone number down. You got to be out your mind. Every time me and Ketchup went and got a phone, I wrote the phone number, what it was, all of that. Ketchup went in Bowling Green, Kentucky, and went to Walk and Talk Cellular in Kentucky and got a New York phone number, and they have erased that phone number out of my phone. I need that phone number. I need to know what that was. I need to know. He got a New York phone number, and they did it on purpose. And I said, "Why do you want that?" And he said, "Cause I'm gonna be a big deal. I'm gonna be traveling. I want to think like I'm." He was getting me real good, and they was giving him numbers that they already used, with intent on saying that you're crazy, you're nuts, and act like nothing that you're saying ever happened, and that you're crazy and you're old. Okay, so I think that the rest of this is just test. which if they put results in here and this many results, then it's only to say that something was already wrong with you, that the poisons that we gave you or we didn't poison you at all. Because that's the only reason that they would put a hypertension report in here. And it doesn't say all. Um, it has a whole different doctor's name on the back of here. Um, and it's weird because it doesn't say. I asked for the report. I think I asked for the report from a range. Let me see. I need to look at that because I'm trying to see why they didn't give me the ER report of where I actually went to the doctor before I took these pills. So, okay, so no, no, and that's the end. And it doesn't even say end of report. Don't say none of that. So they probably took some pages out because it doesn't say where I was transferred at all. It doesn't say transferred to Greenleaf and patient left and don't say nothing. It's just the end of it. How does the record end like that? It doesn't even say where I went. All right, so let's go back and let's see what range. No, I put, yeah, thank you. I put 2 February of 2020. So they intentionally did not give me the record for the day that I went into the hospital. Why are you hiding? What are they hiding from February of 2020 where I went into the ER to get seen? Because I checked into the ER the day before I took the pills. Now, let's talk about leading up to the event. They did not give me the I want when I actually went to the ER to get the pills. They didn't give me them, and I went to doctor's hospital. All right, so let's talk about February 20. What happened? So January the 1st, they had pulled ketchup out. The operation was supposed to be over, and they were supposed to. Um, I was supposed to be locked up shortly after that, and they were going to um, they were going to uh, Ketchup had told me in like October that I was gonna be gone anyway. So they had moved moved me out, and that was supposed to be the end of it. And so they had moved him out in January. We were not talking. Uh, they had turned off his phone. I could not communicate with him. I was just getting voicemail, and he was gone. And he had took my phone. I mean, his phone, and he had cut off, and he left me with not $1, and he was gone. And I could not find him anywhere. And they had left me with the truck, and uh, I didn't know what to do. I was just I was distraught, and but I had to hold it together because I was humiliated. I was embarrassed because I was, if I felt that I was a celebrity in one sense of the word, because I felt that everybody was looking at me. So I didn't. I cried, but I didn't do the ugly cry and all that. I just kept TBN on religiously to hold me together. I kept praying, and I had Harvard, and I I tried to sleep. I called him over and over again. I texted him. I kept leaving messages. I did all of that. He did not show back up. He was coming in the house. They had changed his whole demeanor, had changed the way he dressed. They had him dressing like, they took him out of how he would dress with me, and they had him dressing like a young teenager. They put him back in Jordans and uh, uh, baseball caps and jerseys. He had never dressed like that before with me, and that's how they had him dressing. And what happened is I had a camera that I would sit on the counter every time I left, and it was facing the door. And this time when I came back home, I saw the mail come in, and he put his hand over the camera and turned it off. He was in real dark clothing. I didn't know who I was. And I called Easter and said, I caught the person in my house. Didn't know it was ketchup. And he had whispered to somebody at the time, but I couldn't make that out. So what happened is, and when all of this took place, I was horrified that he left. So I'm calling everybody on the phone, and because Easter was the one that did it, she was the reason. She was the one who the agents used to tell him to go ahead and pull out. And he knew what that meant once he talked to them, because he knew who was all in on the deal. So what happened is, it was December 31st, 2020. And we were at the house, and I was not feeling well at all. And I had been in and out, and I had got a cold, and I was not feeling good. And Ketchup had a big event that he had to go to at a nice church, and I hadn't seen him sing in a long time. And I called Easter that day while he was at work. I was making him dinner, and she said, "You need to go support your husband." She was starting confusion. And I said, "No, he told me to just stay home." And but I'm not going to speculate right now. She said, "You need to go." And I said, "No." And I said, "No." So I texted him when I got off the phone with her. And she said, I said, "Well, no, I didn't. I just waited till he got home from work." And he had got dressed, and he looked so good that night. That man was fine. And he had all the agents that day. All of the agents were there in Bowling Green, Greenwood Flats Apartments. It was one behind us. The white man stayed with the North Carolina tag. It was one across. They was all over, and they stayed across the street in the little house with the Grand Am, with the 00, with the same ZME tag. So I went on ahead and said, "All right." So when he came home, I had cooked, and while he was taking a shower, I went and ran and took me a bath and all of that. And when he got out and he got dressed, I came out and I said, "I'm gonna go." And he said, "Go where?" And I said, "I'm gonna go with you." I said, "I want to support you. I haven't seen you sing in a long time." I said, "Easter said that I need to go and support you." And I said, I don't want you to do it." And then he said, I don't, you baby, you don't have to go. You could just stay here. You didn't tell me that. I didn't know you was going." And so he went outside, and he said real loud, out under the little area where you go and the stairs at, he said, "Fuck!" Like asking them what to do, like asking them to step in. So um he came back, and he went in the room, and he was like, "You didn't tell me you was gonna go this, that, and other." Man, I got to go. I got stuff to do. So I said, I don't understand why you're getting this upset. I'm your wife. I just want to go and hear you sing." And then he was like, "You're not going looking like that with me." and I felt bad. And so um, I said, I was just going to come in and just see you and go back and sit in the car. So I wasn't feeling good the whole time. So what it was that he was going to leave that night and take the car and wasn't going to come back. But I ended up going. So I ended up going. So on the way to church was almost an hour. We in the car. It's raining a little bit. I got Harvard, and he is upset. And so finally, by the time we got from Bowling Green to Portland, which is about 25 minutes, he had to calm down, and we was not arguing as bad anymore, but it was still hostile, and he was still quiet, like he was in deep thought, trying to figure out how he was going to leave me with me being there. And he was supposed to pick up Nakaya Powell, or she was supposed to come get him and come to church with him. So we I got to church, and we got to church, and when he got there, I said, "Can I hold a card? I'm gonna go to the store and get some cough medicine." And he said, "No, hell no, no." And I said, "What?" And I said, "I can't hold a card. Ketchup, I don't have no money." I said, "I'm coming right back. Why are you acting like this?" And he said, "No." And he got out of the truck and slammed the door. And I lost it at this point. I had been nice the whole time. No, I'm not gonna do it no more. You slammed the door, whole cold was gone away. I don't even feel it no more. I got out the car, left Harbor, and I said, "Ketchup, please don't walk out. I don't want to show out because it's you finna bring it at me, and I don't want to act like that. I'm asking you because I don't understand. This is the man I've been with for all these years. I may have never said no to the bank card. That man said no, hell no, and got out and slammed the door. And I went behind him and I'm asking him, and he said, "I don't care nothing about you following me." He is getting nastier and nastier the closer we get to that door. And all of those people are out there from church and all them people. And I mean, I don't want to argue with him. So I I got closer to the door, and I'm still asking him going in. And when we got by the door, it was this lady with a big old booty there, and she had on tight clothes and all of that, and she was standing there. He said, "Hello, beautiful," and I said, "Oh, so you do it?" And he held the door for her and let the door slam on me. Oh, he's trying to do it, Jesus. He's trying. He's trying to make me act up out here. So I followed him on in that, and I'm going behind him, and I'm still asking him for the card, and he's still arguing with me going through the church. We walking through the church, and we get to the dressing room, and he go into the bathroom with his clothes. He got clothes like two extra shirts and some pants or something, like two extra shirts and a jacket. And he going in there, and I try to go behind him, and then I can't go in there. So I'm waiting, and I said, "I need the card." So he stops to talk to this man, and the man, I think I forget the man's name, um, the man that used to put him on. But I told him, I was like, "Ketchup won't give me the card, just another, and I need some money." The man said, "You want me to give you some money?" And I said, "No, that's his responsibility. He has the card." So we go to the back, and they tell him that they got a dressing room set up for him, and he going there in a little classroom or something like that for him to get dressed and changed in or whatever. So he starts putting on his clothes, and he telling me the whole time, "I'm not doing nothing." So we are arguing loud. So by then he gets the phone and he calls Easter. And he calls Easter, and we on Easter's on speakerphone, and he says, "Easter, your sister is down here at church showing out this, that, and the other, and she told me she want a bank card. She followed me this, that, and the other." And Easter flipped and said, "I don't know why she is acting like that or why she is there. Hello, So I said, you the one that told me to come behind him. And she said, I did, but I didn't know you were going to act like that. Well, act like what? So we arguing, people can hear us. They done came to the door, knocked on the door, told us, can we keep it down? Is there anything we can do to help? Do we need them to pray? Whatever. The lady comes to the door and say, hey, it ain't nothing but the devil. Y'all need to just come on in here and worship the Lord. That man came here to minister and let him minister. Ain't nothing but the devil. I said, I agree. I just want the car so I can go. I don't feel well. He comes and he comes. Then he said, still, Easter told him on the phone, the lady that interrupted. The Easter gets on the phone and say, Ketchup, I think all you need to do is just leave Crystal alone. You need to leave her acting like that. That's what you need to do. You need to leave her. That was the law, telling him through Easter, giving him codes, leave her. That's exactly what he did. He got his clothes. He walked out that room. It was no turning back for him. He walked off and left. It was nothing I could do for him. He walked out there, and you know how Ketchup is when he take off running. That's exactly what he did. He said he wasn't gonna do the show at all, and he walked out and started running. It was nothing I could do. I couldn't catch him. He runs too fast, and he was done. He left the clothes and everything and took off running. I came back. I went and circled around driving for him. What he had did was took off running, and when he ran into an agent. They picked him up and hid him out until I rode around and I stayed down there almost till about 1 o'clock in the morning, 12 or 1, trying to find him. Never found him. Came back to the church. This how I knew they done took it over. Came to the church. I was sitting outside. Security came. They didn't even want me at the church because they knew that Ketchup was inside with Nakaya Powell, or that he was with her, and they weren't going to have waiting out there. Security came, and security said, you need to move the truck first. I moved the truck. Then when I moved the truck, they came and they said, who you here waiting on? And I said, my husband in there. And they said, well, he don't, they say he ain't here. And I said he is here because he had the same tonight. And they was like, well, if he was here, he don't want to see you, and we don't want no confusion on our property, and we just gonna call the police because we want you to leave. And that's what they said. They said if the police come, it ain't gonna go in your favor. And so I knew what that meant. So I'm just gonna go ahead and leave. He's with the police down here. Let him do whatever they got him doing. So I left, and I couldn't believe it. I got back home. He never called. He never texted. I didn't hear no more from him almost till the 19th of January, if I'm probably a little bit before then. I had called his job. I had did all of that. I think in somewhere in that process, I had done vaguely, I don't know if I had talked to him. I think I was trying. I had called his brother. He said that he was going to call him. He was lying dog. I called him on that 615-4966 number, or whatever number that is he got, that match Fifth Third Bank card. I called him, and he acted shocked. He knew exactly what was going on because he planned it. And so I called, and nobody answered. I mean, they had to turn his phone off. It was just going to voicemail. So I was there, and I called my friend April. I called Nika. I called Bon, because all my family is still my family at this point. They haven't been purchased exactly yet. They bought, but they hadn't pulled a plug on them yet. Not yet. So they called because they needed my family to get me down there, to move me. So they said, you need to just come on down here, Chris. You all the way. Oh, they be so nice when they getting you to move. They be nice. They put it on. Chris, you up there? Oh, we so sorry. Why is Ketchup acting like that? Child, them people trying to get you out the house. Got me out the house. Come on, move so we can put Nakaya Powell and Ketchup back in there. Or Nakaya Powell and Ketchup is already in Augusta. And when you coming to Augusta, they going to go back to Kentucky and stay in the house because we need them to be you and Ketchup. So, um, catch up. I left, packed up the stuff. No, he was coming back and forth in between now and then. So I hadn't leave yet. Take that back. Sorry. I left in February. He was there January. So um so catch up um catch up came, and I was crying. I was crying. I had went to his job. I had went to I done did a lot done went on in between now and then. I done tried to find him. I done went to his job. They say he not there. I done got Nico and his friend Gustavo to try to follow him and see where he at. You know, like to see if they seen him at the job. Try to follow him. I did all that. Now this is when I knew he was law enforcement for real. When I tried to follow him and he parked and never moved. They told him to park the truck and don't move. Now you're gonna say, how did he get the truck from you? On January the 19th, I think it was the 19th when they let him come back. That was because I went to his job. So I went to his job, and before then, because I felt like something was going on in my private area. So I went to the doctor, and it was the law, and they wanted it to look like I had slept around and got a disease or got something. The lady told me, you done been exposed to some type of infection or whatever. And she said it could have came from soap. It could have came from. I was like, I don't know what you mean by that. I ain't have no diseases or nothing like that. And I think that was because ketchup had came back. Did he come back in that time, or had I had sex or whatever? I don't know. I don't have. Let me see. Let me think about this. Did I go to the doctor after he came back home or before? I think I went to the doctor before. Before. So I went to his job. He had came by there and bought me something to eat. He finally came, but he was coming. He had came in the house while I wasn't home. And I think he had either left something to eat. No, he came while I was asleep. Like they would get him, like when I was up, cute and whatever, they would not have him come. They would have him pop up when I was asleep, where he would catch me off guard every time, or come in the house while I wasn't home. So he came and bought something to eat. I had kept calling and everybody, his mama, everybody, and all of them had to switch. All of them. They was like, don't call us no more. His mama told me he raised, like, don't call me no more. And I was so mad and hurt because I was like, all them times y'all called me for something to eat, to bring y'all food, to bring, pay y'all insurance and all of that other stuff. That was to keep me connected. But that's not here nor there. So I finally, got in touch with him. He bought something to eat. He bought Harvard food, and then he would leave, go back out the door, and would just disappear. Never would have no car in the front, nothing like that. So, um, uh, so what happened is one time he came, and I think I don't know. Let me see how this in what order did he came back, brought the food. I kept asking him to come back home. He said no. I kept feeling like it was another girl or something like that. I think he came back one time and I went behind him and caught them. They met in the parking lot of the Days Inn behind the house. I caught them. I whooped around. It was like a little circle. You like a, how do you describe it? It's one way in and you got to drive around to get out. And it was a restaurant plaza next door. And I caught him there at the Golden Corral. And they was in that black Envoy that she got, the dusty Envoy. that they parked at the House of Horse, and she was she was driving, and Ketchup was on the passenger side. And when they seen me, they had she was racing out the parking lot, and the Holy Spirit told me to stop the car. Like, I had no intentions on doing anything to hurt either one of them. So I didn't even, the Lord just took over at that point. And I can't even explain. I had the peace of God that just came over me. I let them go. Like, totally just stop. And I pull right on out of the parking lot and go on with their lives. And I don't think that I followed them. No, I turned around, let them go, and I think I came right on back home. There was no chasing them. I don't even think I followed behind them. I let them totally go, and I came on back to the house. And once I came back to the house, I went upstairs, and his phone was off. You already know that. And I think I went through all the motions. And then after that, that's when I went to the doctor. I seen the girl, I went to the doctor. And that's when the lady told me that I had an infection, and I went to his job. And then I asked him, was he sleeping with the girl? And he said no. No, wait a minute. Before I seen the girl, this is so important. Before I seen the girl, no, leaving off a major point. Hadn't seen the girl yet. Hadn't seen the girl yet. Then went up to his job. This was when, wait. Went to the job and found the girl's ID. But was that after I seen the girl? No, because that's when I found out about the girl. Wait, yeah. So I went to the job. So back all the way back up. So he done left. He bringing me food, coming by every couple of days. I don't ever know. And then I told him once we did, I wanted to find out. So I got Nico friend Gustavo in his little green car to take me by the job. They took me by the job, and when we took me by the job, we seen Ketchup's truck, our truck. They had the law had done parked it in the front. They knew we was coming. It was a setup. They had put money in there, and they had done put uh uh the girl's bank card, and they had put Ketchup's wallet. All of that right there in the glove compartment, and they had unlocked the doors for me. Come right on up here, and they parked it in the front so we could get you all on camera, really good. And they had left the doors unlocked. Come right on in, Crystal. The setup is already made for you. Went right there, and that's when I seen that it was a girl. And so I once I seen it, I waited, and that's when that day we followed him when he got off of work, and they told him we was behind him, and he just pulled over and sat somewhere near Kroger, and he never moved anymore. And so, um, I had asked Nico, I was like, he ain't doing nothing. He was like, no, he not moving nowhere. He just sitting there. And so we came on. No, actually, I was with him. So I came on. We came on back. I had texted him and asked him when he bring something to the house, and that's how we end up breaking it off because he wasn't gonna go anywhere. He was just gonna sit there. So after that, um, I told him about the girl, and he came back. And then he came back, and then we had sex, and that's when I went to the doctor for the infection. And that's when I went and no, it was before then. because that's when he came back. When I told him about the girl and the infection and all of that, he came on back that I had found it in the car. And he didn't have no explanation for it. They hadn't equipped him for that lie. I guess they just told him to be quiet. Whenever he didn't have no excuses for nothing, he just would be quiet like a deer in headlights and wouldn't say nothing. Can't get him to talk if he don't have an explanation. So he just stayed quiet. So I confronted him about the girl. He said they weren't together, all this and the other. So they came back. He came back home. I thought he came back home, and they had made a joke out of it. And Vonna sent me the SpongeBob. It was some type of little inside joke of how Ketchup came running back once he found out about the alimony and all that. And then once they found out, told Ketchup that we was making a joke about it and all that other stuff, he left again, came back, had sex, stayed with me about a day or so, left again, and came back before Valentine's Day and left again, like on Valentine's Day or the day after or day before, somewhere in there, but left again, went with her. And he came back and forth until February is when I actually seen them. And that's when he left. And once I think that's how it went, once I actually seen them. And then, no, he still came back. No, he left the day, and I need to look at my notebook. Whatever day we went to counseling, and the federal agent was there in an all like some type of clear building, and I didn't like him, and he knew that I knew who he was, and I didn't like him because I'm not going to play these games with you. And you sit up in here acting like you're a real counselor man with that skull cap on, and knowing good and well you work. I'm not gonna play this game with you, and you gonna sit up here and play between us and start arguments. And I told him I don't want to do it. It's nothing in this office, but we just in a white room pretending to have counseling sessions. I'm not gonna sit up here with these people and not know what that man could turn this room into. I'm not gonna do this. I'm not gonna do this with y'all, with both of y'all. So that day was the day they told him, also she acted up in counseling, leave her again. So that's the day that when we got back to the house, he left again. And I think that's the day that I caught him with her. No, that's the day he threw me on the ground outside. But he left again and went with her. And I think that was about the size of it. That was around the time in February that he was gone. And so, long story short, because she had not came to the house by then. Yep, she had not came to the house by then. Said she wasn't leaving. The police had came. They had there. It had been a bunch going on. So and she had started calling the house, calling my phone from all these North Carolina numbers, and I knew that she was affiliated because she had numbers available to her too quick that normal people don't have. Only feds have numbers that they can just readily access a Rolodex full of phone numbers. And that's what she was doing, calling from each number different every time. Like every time she calling from a different number. So the family had said I needed to just leave and that you need to come on down here and you need to be with us. And so I said, no. And so they said, you need to come on down here and just be with be with us and just leave and just let it go. And I said, no, I'm just gonna stay up here just in case he come back. Long story short, they talked me into going down there. And when I went down there to um to Augusta, they switched on me. Nika told me, you come on down here. They want to talk to me about a new life. You can come on down here, you could stay, and you could get yourself together. You could start your business down here. You could do all that. They once you get you to do all the talking and say yes, so they can go ahead and move that operation somewhere else. And then once I got down there, then they gonna flip and say, get out. And she said, you can come down here and stay with me, this, that, and the other. And so I did. So I had went to counseling the last time, and Ketchup said that he had wanted a divorce. He had gone, and he said he wasn't coming back, and that was it, that I needed to just accept it and deal with it, and that the last time was the last time that he wasn't coming back. And so I had cried, and that's when I tried to just go ahead and start to get myself together. So they said, come on down here to Augusta. So I went down there to Augusta, and I got down there to Nika house, and it was an agent there in a Mercedes, a black man. And he was acting like he was drinking, and they had a big thing of alcohol on the table, and everybody was in the garage. And um and so they were she said, girl, he paid my rent and all of that stuff. I bet he did. And so she said they she lived in, I want to say that this was the same house that Gwanda was at on Gare Park Drive, but she lived, I don't know, somewhere she lived over there. They all of both of them lived in um come in um Butler Manor, Guaneja, around in the same area. That's what makes it so bad. That's why I'm gonna say it was the same house. But went there, and she had the house, and it was all full and cluttered. And so she said, we was talking, and then April Ellis came over there, and then they all flipped on me. She flipped on me that night. Let me see. I'm trying to think. Then did I see her the next day? Oh, no, I think I seen her before I left again. Um, but they all turned on me. It was, let me see. When I went down there that night. I think she let me stay like a couple of days. April Ellis was there, came down there to see me too, and met me, and she was swapping. She drove the um that car that girl just had the other day. She drove the Chevy Equinox. She drove that. She drove a real police car. It was one of the police cars, or Ford Explorer. It was a police car though. She drove one of them, and she was cash app. She was a cash app shopper. But and she took me to KFC and paid for the food and had her dog. And she was laying the trap for the bipolar schizophrenic thing. They was being nice about it, you know. Maybe he left because you keep talking about the police, and everybody was turning it to my fault. So the first day I got Nika house, everything was all right. I think this she flipped, like I don't think it was the first night. I think it was like the second, because I actually stayed the night, and she said she was giving me something for anxiety, and so I took one pill. Then the second night, her company was there, and I think the second day I had went out and came back or something like that. And I think probably that second night or that third night, it was flip time. Bertrand had came over, and everybody was acting like I was just evil and mean, and I did this to Ketchup. And she messed that man up. I mean, they was going in for it. So Nika put me out in the middle of the night, told me to find somewhere else to go. She didn't want my evil ass in her house. And after they had done, wanted me to sit out there drinking with them and this, that, and the other, and smoking and all of that. And so, just as being real mean, so I went on ahead and got my stuff, and I left. And when I left and pulled out the driveway, the police was sitting outside, aimed at me, and with their lights off, with the park lights. They was aimed at me like a triangle. There was one in the front and two on this side, and they was aimed at me. And when I pulled out, they did too. And they kept their lights off. I felt very unsafe. And that's when I went to the hospital, and that's when I got the pills. And to calm down, I didn't intend on killing myself then. And then the next day I went to the hospital to get something for anxiety to calm down. And then the next day was when I decided to try. So I went to CVS, and the law called Easter. That's why they put the narrative in there to my I called somebody. They did because they was already watching. And so they called Easter and told Easter to tell the pharmacy not to give me the pills because that I was going to go try to kill myself. So Easter called CVS in Bel Air and told them not to give me the pills. So the lady said, I don't want to give you the pills if that's what you're going to do. And I said, I'm not going to do it. And then she said, do you promise? I said, yes, I promise. And she said, because your sister wants me to look out for you. And I said, I promise. Um, this and another. So I left and drove around and drove right to Doctor's Hospital parking lot, and I took all the pills. And that's when I called 911 and told them that I had took the pills. Or I think Bertrand had called me. He did. Bertrand had called me, and I had told him. And either way, somebody called. I thought I called 911, but they probably did too. And but the law was there the whole time. And so they called, 911 came, and I went on into the hospital, and that's when I went to Greenleaf. They took me to Greenleaf, Valdosta, Georgia. After that, and that's when I stayed, and they took my phone, and I had an iPhone then. I think I had in 2020. Yeah, I had that iPhone 11, or I what the no, not the 11. The what else was it? The 12? No, I never had the 12. It was the iPhone 11. I had the iPhone 11. Wait, the iPhone 10. The iPhone 10. Yeah, I had that one. The Pro Max. Yeah, I had that. Cause the 11 was the purple one. So yeah, I had that. That's what you see on that picture of me in the bathroom. So I had that phone. They took that phone. It had the green back on it, the big, tall Pro Max, 11 Pro Max. I had that. They took it. And when I got in, took that phone, and they be gone. Took the phone, and when I went, oh, this second time. So, um, so that's what happened, and then I got out, and while I was in there, now, let's see, this is important because while I was in there in Augusta, they had sent Khalid and Raymond, so they was intended on not putting ketchup back in. They was replacing them, and I could tell like it seemed like two different people had a plan. Like two different people was pulling at me because Khalid had said move down here and you could stay here, and then Raymond was saying if you move down here, I'll try to find you somewhere to go, but you know I'm married. And I had gotten to bed, and Raymond, me and him had not seen each other in forever, and I had took off pretty much all my clothes, and I was going to have sex with him, and I told Gwanda I couldn't. I called her, and I told him I can't have sex with you. I love my husband. Like I can't have sex with you. Like I can't cheat on him. Like I don't care what he did to me. I can't do that to him. And so he'll tell you, he put on his clothes, and then he went out to get high. I guess he said they done gave me money to screw you. If you don't want to screw you, then I'm gonna take the money they gave me and go get high. Well, go do that because I'm not gonna have sex with you. And I didn't want to have sex with him no more because he actually had told me that night tonight. Yeah, I'm doing a lot better. I don't do. I'm not that bad on drugs anymore. Now I just do a little heroin and a little meth. Did you say you done got better from crack? That's all you do? Nah, Raymond, I'm not gonna deal with you. And he was so serious. He said that like he had Like, been the 12 step program. Good night, Raymond. I'm not gonna do this. So I left, and I did not. We was at Motel 6 on Riceboro Road, and while he was in there, I think getting the room, I think, or yeah, while I was over there waiting for him, or something like that. Yeah, Khalid pulled up. Khalid Franklin pulled up in that 1500, something like that truck, yellow. I think it was yellow, something like that. But he pulled up, and I knew he was the police because the way he pulled up, the way he did it was totally police. And he pulled up and was like, "Hey," and so we started talking. And I told him what happened, and he said, "You can move down here." And so they was linking me back up slowly but surely. And then I was like, "No," I was talking to him though, but I didn't want to be back with Khalid. I just wanted to talk to somebody to like be a friend and like all that, but I didn't want to have sex with him either. I love ketchup. Ketchup is everything. I loved him. So got to um then um I got to colleague gave me his phone number, started talking. I told him I was going back to Kentucky and all that. He told me to call him when I get there and all that. So when I got back, no, oh yeah, by now though, me and Ketchup is talking, and Ketchup wants me to once I got out of me and Ketchup is talking once I'm in the psych hospital at Greenleaf, and Ketchup, I'm talking to Ketchup, and I'm calling Khalid, and I'm talking to Gwanda, and all this is a mess because all of them is federal related, so all of them know what's going on, and I'm talking between all of them and talking to Ketchup. And Khalid saying, "I'll find you somewhere to stay, but I want to go back home." And Ketchup is like, "Yeah, so are you coming back? I want you to come back. I'm sorry, this and other." So I said, "I'm coming back." So Dr. Alexis let me out. And so I got out. And when I got out, they took me in a van with a man back to Doctor's Hospital. And that's when I got my truck, and my shoes were gone. And I had to get my shoes. And so while I was in Greenleaf, what did they do? They came and took blood from me at night. They came and pricked me. And I woke up, and the lady said she was just checking my blood sugar. No, they were doing wrong stuff. She came and took blood from me, and then they were swapping me with a man that had a gambling addiction that was about 60 something years old, and he was tall and he was slim and he looked okay, and he said he just come there when he runs out of money from gambling. Then he checks in and he stays until he gets his check. So they were running it like the VA. And he was there, and he was talking to me, and I didn't pay it no attention then, because I didn't really know that the law would do something so evil and malicious. But they had me in there with men, and I was in there, and he was real nice, and I would see him at group time, and I did all the groups and all the stuff, and then they let me out, and then the counselor, they had my name wrong. It's Crystal Lynn Jackson, and Lynn's is a name they still using now. It's Liliana that they had at Aurora in 2022. And so I was, I went back home, drove back home. I had on Ketchup's trench coat and a hoodie, and I got home, and he came downstairs, and he said, "You look so tired." I am. And then he said, I'm so sorry. And I went in the house. It was all fake. And he had made a recording in front of the camera saying that, Lord, if you give me my wife back one more time, I'll never leave her and never hurt her no more. And he told me it was over with her. And she had came back. I think, did she come back to the house after that? Yep. She came back to the house. That's when she came back to the house, but she wasn't leaving. And so he was back in, but he wasn't back in. He was playing his part. Um, and then he came back in, and then he said that we were going to leave. This was February the 28th when I got back. We left March the 4th. And came on back down. We left the house abruptly, broke the lease, and we left in the truck. And I sold the stuff that was in the house, nothing major. We didn't have no rental furniture, no nothing like that. And I gave Nico my bed, and we left. And we came back to Atlanta, and we went to Maddie's house in Lake Ridge. And that was already a part of the setup. They used the house and set it up as mine. And the same Malibu that is wrecked was at the house that sold weed. And Cash App. Selling weed through Cash App. Stupid, dumbest crime I ever seen in my life. So uh we got down here, and Ketchup was leaving every 2 weeks. They was pulling him out. He was had to go somewhere. But that is the reason and how and why I tried to kill myself. I couldn't let him go. I loved him. I knew we had problems, but I felt like the problems that we had were only because the law was involved. Like if they got out of the way and stopped making our marriage bad, it would have been okay. They start arguments. They have told me themselves that uh, they sow discord. They know they do. Like they told me that they are the champions of discord in California. The lady wore a T-shirt that said that we are the champions. And so when I saw that in California, I said, "Oh, that means he loves me." Because when I was in California in September of 2001, Ketchup was telling me that he loved me. So I was like, well, if he loves me, then they was like, Ketchup is is loving you, this, that, and other. And because I was getting the different brands, like all the different teams had different logos. Like when you see Adidas, this means this. When you see all black, this means this. Well, really, Adidas and all black is the same. But then if you see Vans, the shoes, this means this. Then if you see Pumas, this means this. Like all the different people had different messages using different symbols and brands. And so they was telling me that Ketchup loved me. And then California was saying, no, he don't. That, no, he don't. But then they were saying I just wanted to everything to just go away and for me to just figure it out on my own. Like really just get some peace and let God talk to me so that I could really feel what God was trying to show me and not the law because I just know they play games. And I didn't want any other head tricks. Like if they see that I'm trying to be quiet and just see like where my heart is, then they'll be like, okay, aggravate her and give her a false signal today. And so I just said that let me just stay neutral until I just know what God want me to do and just let me just wait. And so then they came in 2023. AJ. And AJ said that um, that he said, I thought you told me that your husband wanted you, that he was right, that was the right man for you. And because they was trying to get me to leave and come on back to Atlanta because they had already made all the stuff they needed to make in California. So they was like, it's time for you to come on back down here now. But I wasn't gonna leave. And so they were like, well, you ain't gonna stay either because we need you to come back down here because we got evidence to make. So they used ketchup to get me back down here, which it wasn't a big deal. I was trying to go wherever the handcuffs was gonna be going so we could get this over with so I could fight and win and come on and get out and get my money. And so and plus it was just too much going on at the House of Horrors and I think they used that to push me out. So I came back down here and they moved ketchup. Came down here to see him and didn't see him for like a month later. And so I just wanted now I just I loved him and I'm glad that he is okay. I hope he is anyway. I don't want anything to happen to him. I know what he did to me was wrong and hurtful, but I can't be that way for spiritual reasons, and I can't be that way because I don't. I will never get over it. If I let myself go down the road of what he did, I will never get over it. And I don't want to. I don't want to live in that pain. I don't want to live in that. It's hurtful. It's bad, but it's been worse. I don't get to talk to my kids either. They took them, and I managed to live with that. And I don't know how, but God helps me. But I don't get to see my grandkids. It's like they went through my life and tore it up and made it what they wanted it to be to teach me a lesson and to give me a lasting like to show we gonna show you. And so I don't want to I don't want to live in the pain. They caused enough and they did it to cause pain, which is why I don't want them to. win in that area because they did it to all. Look at all the stuff that they did to me. It's a hate crime. They took my son. They took Corey. They put him in jail. They made my own sons be mean to me. My own son, Nico, gave me bad weed. My own son. They, uh, that's when they actually sent me a message on the TV at Nico's house in Bowling Green, Kentucky on June the 23rd, 2023. They actually sent me the message and said um, that it was done, that the weed that I had been smoking was like it was finished, like it was supposed to have did something that was irreversible that Nico had gave me. And they put that message. They was like, "Oh, you're screwed now." After and I didn't want to smoke with him no more. If it just felt bad, and I noticed that every time he would smoke, he would walk off and then leave me with the bad. And I said, "I don't want this. I don't want to smoke." Plus, he was just like freely, "Oh, you want to smoke?" No. And so, and I watched him do all of the stuff that they do. They had my own grandchildren, my own grandchildren. They had my own grandchildren bring me a little gas can, my own grandkids. And then they had them put on, the girl kept putting them on daycare t shirts. And they would leave them and go upstairs. She was shopping in the grocery cart, the mama was, and put her phone in my cart and go walk off and tell me to make a list of what I want from the store. Not her right list. Shopping with food stamps. They was in an apartment that was staged as mine. They decorated with all the liquor bottles and everything. And then once they was done, they had Nico using Cash App. And once they was done, they put me out. Happily brought me back down here to Atlanta. And that was the last time I saw my grandkids. Don't let me see them no more. They want my life to look raggedy. They want it to look like I'm on drugs. They wanted me to look like a prostitute. They wanted to turn me into Marie, Brandy Reed. What went on in her life? They play revenge to get me back for all they agents and they scouts that have been in my life. They play games. That's why they call it karma, because they play games. You be done did something to their agents and don't know that they agents because they're not supposed to be, and they be holding grudges. They don't forget them. They tear your life up, and that's what they did. They put Corey in jail, and they killed that boy Willie Casey. If it was ever a search person, because they stole the CD in 2008, 10, no, in 12, with Corey's confession on it. It's on a Memorex CD. They stole it because Corey is identifying the other boy, and You know they did it because if the other boy was alive, Corey would have went in jail, and they needed Corey to be in jail. They didn't want me with no getting out with no kids because they used him to make me travel, and they used him because he was going anyway. They didn't want me with no kids, no tied down to nothing. Wasn't gonna risk me getting out, being normal, and having a good life and getting out of prison thinking you going on. No, you're not. They had grudges, but even back then, and Gwanda is the one that set it up with him. Gwanda did. She did it. She hates me. She can't stand me. And that evil and her energy and their energy worked perfect. She bought every man to that house that they used to swap me with to make it like I was a drug dealer. The dude, uh, whatever his name is, begin with a C. She brought him there. She brought the dude there in 2016. These random boyfriends that you'll never hear no more bringing drug dealers to the house to meet me like we got business going on. And these men coming to swap with me, coming to be with me like we selling drugs. Gwanda did it. And every last one of them paid her very well. She's evil. They like it. She's grungy. They like it. She don't care. They like it. They like her. They love her. She would do anything for $1 and they like it. She killed her own mother. They like it. Be out of the way so that when they did what they did, it would be no loose ends, and Gwanda did it all. She did it all. She should be rich. All the stuff that they done made her do all these years, she should be rich. Should be one of them. I don't know why they give her a job. Because she damn sure have done a lot of stuff for them. She put every one of these boys in prison that's in there. Sharon's 2 kids and mine. She works religiously for them. You file a complaint on them, they're going to go to get Gwanda. And Sharon be just talking to her and don't know and probably know and scared to say something. They done scared Sharon up. They ain't scared me up. I guess I ain't saying it in arrogance, but they done scared Sharon up. You ain't gonna get. They probably done bought her already. I don't wouldn't know because she don't mention nothing about her. So, not at all. She act like it never existed. You can't even tell her nothing about no feds no more. That, but I don't know about. I don't know about Wanda. I don't. I'm not even mad. I'm not mad at none of them. I just don't think that they should be mad at me because I had to find out at some point. Maybe they would have been happier if I found out when I got behind closed doors, or they would have arrested me. Maybe then they would be happy. But I don't think that they should be mad at me because I'm not mad at them and they the ones that did it. I don't care. I think they're retarded, no doubt. But I don't care. I think if I was in a situation, I don't know if I would have been afraid, because if they don't do it, they gonna get you. So you don't have a choice. They're almost like God. When God tell you to do something, you don't have a choice. He's not asking. It's a rhetorical question. She's not really asking your permission. So when they gave them phones and stuff, carry this phone. You don't have a choice. Carry the phone and get the check. It's $800 a phone call. That's a lot of money. When they get $800 a phone call, won't be coming up off me. I don't even do that. That's why I stopped talking to him. Talk to him every once in a while. When it's convenient for me, I'm gonna let them keep coming off me like that. Because every time they talk to me, that's why it take a while. If I call, they got to get set up. They got to get a new phone number. They got to get a phone to talk on. They got to do all that, and they get compensation for it. No, you ain't finna come up on me like that. Then you be on the phone and you know they doing stuff they ain't got no business because they start talking retarded. Then they be aggravating. And then if they even a real person, because it could be AI. Because something in this plan, he got to have another hole to it. Because the man said a very important thing the other day when that guy was talking to me. And he said, "How I know even people you talking to real?" I've already thought about that because that white man got to have one last. He got to have that last hurrah. He lives for it. He lives for it. That last. He wants that. He wants that out of me. It ain't nothing he could get that out of me with. He don't have nothing unless he went and said, "The people you talking to, you ain't been never talking to them because all them people dead." Or, or we killed your son. And that's not surprising. They've been saying they're gonna do that for I don't know how long. Or we made you a man and your DNA came back that you're a real man. That's it. And that's not too shocking because I know that he could do that. So that's not shocking. I think that's why the GBI said we waiting on your DNA. Probably because he really made me a man. All the times I done went to sleep, probably done stuck me with all kind of person's blood to change it over. I done did a whole infusion. He wants that. That and it's not too much other stuff that he could do that. It's not anything else. It's not gonna be the crime. Cause I won't care. The only thing that he feels that can make me have that reaction is if he changed my person all the way around. That's the only thing that left that he could do. He wants it to be so bad and irreversible that it's nothing I can do to get out of what he did. And that's the only thing that if he changed my whole makeup, my whole person, and the only way that he can make me a man officially, that when they do a blood test, I come back a man, he would have had to change my DNA. And I think, and I don't care about that. And the only way he would have did that is when I went to do uh give blood, give plasma at Griffles. Maybe they did something then because they sat me with a man there too. But I don't care about nothing he did. I think about it every day. I expected. What could this man do to you that will make you just fall to your knees? Nothing. Nothing. Because I expect for him to do the absolute worst ever. I don't expect anything good out of him. Nothing. Not one thing. I don't expect for him to have morals, integrity. No, I expect the worst out of him. I'm so used to everything that he has done. I expect for him to do the worst ever. I don't expect nothing from him. I just pray and ask God to help me in this life. But I don't expect, I just live every day of my life. It's a shock. And I think he hasn't put me in jail yet because he will miss torturing me. I think that's the only reason, because he could have did it a long time ago. He tells lies anyway, so he could have been wrapped up the lies. I think he just hasn't did it because he will miss torturing me. He loves it. He enjoys it. He wake up for it. That man is infatuated with me. Like he loves it. He loves like to hurt me. If he put me in jail, he'll miss it. He won't have nothing else to do. He won't have anything else to do. He'll be bored. I am fascinating to him. The stuff that I have the audacity to say that I talk, I'm the only one ever in life to have been like this with him, that talks to him, that literally goes on live and talk to him. And he know that I know what he's doing to me. And I have the vulgarity to say it. And no one else has ever have. He's been able to bully everyone else and make them be quiet with his tactics. And I just won't. Every time I try, it's not that I don't want to. It's not that I can't. I can't believe that he did this to me and messed my life up. And the reaction that he wants, he's gotten it already. He's just too arrogant to see it. He got the reaction already when he took ketchup, when he took Harvard, when I watched him put my son in the three. He put my son in the group in my face. He sent agents to defend my son in my face. In my face. Like, I was like, when I caught Nico swapping, and that girl came to the house in that car for him. And he stole my SIM card and all these different things was going on. When I caught him, I was going to hit Nico. And I went around there to hit Nico. And Nico was staying at the hotel for him. And honey, yes, he turned around and they whooped in. Whoop, whoop. I pulled up and so did they. And Nico came out And they came right out and stood right there with him. Like, what you gonna do? And I can't deal with it. All the stuff that he done did. I'm too traumatized to be afraid. I don't think he have anything else to do. He may think he does, but I don't. If he was to, then he says he's going to give me AIDS, I would not care. Would not care. Giving me cancer, I would not care. Putting me in a wheelchair, I will put hydraulics on it and soup it up, and it'll be the flyest wheelchair you ever seen in your life. Uh, and I'll make money from it. Say he's gonna make me shit on myself, I will make a butt plug and sell it. Go online and sell anal decorative butt plugs for that you ever seen. I actually will fix it anyway because I don't think that is anything. I don't think that you could. I don't think. I just think that that could be fixed. But then again, wheelchairs, I think it's going to change anyway. I saw that anyway because technically you can use, I don't know how to say it, but technically you can use something. It's, I see it when God showed it to me before, but it's kind of like goes like a using technology very similar to a hover round, like a hoverboard, and that can go with a device that is inserted. It's basically you're having an operation on your legs to install artificial veins, kind of like that's going to work with a connection to your brain. And that's, I see that. I don't think it's anything that taking the focus off of me. I don't think that it's anything that can be done in the future before God come back. That medicine, the medicine with artificial intelligence, it's going, it's going to be, uh, it's going to be an evolution in medication in medicine. What the future is going to look like is I need to see what they shouting about on TD Jakes, and they going, Ian, I ain't never seen this before. What message is this? What? I ain't never seen this. Uh, what the future looks like is it's going to be a major change in scientific development, and the whole world going to go green. It's going to be a change and a shift in technology. And that's going to change over to medical. What I was saying, the change that need to happen in medical. And when that shift in technology change, It's going to bring peace. That's going to be from God. That's going to be God's way of healing the land, to provide resources through technology, technological advancement. And he's going to give us world peace. World peace is a formula. World peace, the formula to world peace. Let's go turn over here to Revelations. Now to talk about all that, let's go green for a second. Father God, in the name of Jesus, let your Holy Spirit speak through me. Let my words be edified to you. World peace has a formula. And I was asking the Lord to give me the scripture, because they told me the law says that the devil talks to me. That's not the Lord. And so I asked the Lord to show me how he was going to bring peace. And the Lord said, when I looked in, uh, when I looked in, uh, wanted to make sure I was live. Look how they just turned my video off just now. Or did I close my video? When I looked in, why can't I go back into it? Hold on. Oh, let's see. It should say resume. Play too much. So world peace has a formula to it. And what it means is it change what the formula entails is how we produce resources, and we link this to sustainability. And then we use, how do you uh call it, reviving the environment. Um and I'll just put energy echo plant. And so basically, and it costs more than that. It's basically, we'll change how we build, how we produce, how we use our resources. Everything that we see as we see it now, it will change. Even currency will change. And the way we produce and how we power, it will be very similar to how we saw a change and an evolution with COVID. It will be that same way on a greater level. Some people call it the New World Order. Some people call it the Big Bang Theory. Some people call it a variety of different things, but scientists, including the law, know that there is a change coming. But God is going to get the glory out of that change, because the reason is it's going to bring peace. And it's going to be God's plea to man, his last plea for you to give your lives to him, for you to see him. And he said he won't come back till he's had a chance to speak to every person and get a chance. And this is going to be the way. And so I asked God for a way to convey that, because I said people don't believe me. They ain't believe people in the Bible either. They ain't believe Jesus. And Jesus said, took me to Revelations. Revelation said, and in I think around verse, I was listening at it last night, about 13, 14 verse, it talks about God taking away the peace. Not God, but the devil will come and take the peace away from the earth. God is going to give peace, and right before he returns, the devil is going to come and take it. And this is when the world is going to be at chaos, but it's not going to be it's not going to be long before God returns. So what God wants is for the people of God, children of God, church. That's why Revelations is not written to the world, it's written to the church. He wants the different churches to see where they are at fault, to correct it, to cause a revival, bring forth a revival in the church as a whole. Because we are supposed to set the example going forward for when he returns. If we all come together as the church, we are going to radically affect the world. We're supposed to have the knowledge. God wants to establish the church at the core of the world. So the law comes and say, what's going to happen, or what's happening, or what's going on. Tell us. That's where we're supposed to be. When I looked at TV the other day, the Lord said they don't have not one pastor at the head of any election where they say such and such is endorsing this president, and the Lord does not like that. They go on there and say Oprah is endorsing such and such. They say Peter Swanson is endorsing such and such. Don't nobody go on there and say a child of God said endorse this person. They did it in the Bible. They went and asked who's supposed to be king, and they anointed him, and they told him who God raised up. They don't want to do that. They don't do that in this day and time. The church is supposed to be at the core. And if the church is at the core, what it does is it puts the environment in an entirely different bracket. That's the easiest way I can explain it. Because you take, if God heals the land, what is he healing? He's healing this war. He's healing our ability to create, multiply. He's healing disease. He's healing our minds. He's putting us at a place of replenishment. That's the best way I can say it. The world will replenish itself in such a way. And that's what's going to bring peace. And that's gonna last for a little bit, and the devil gonna be mad. But he'll be alright because everything have to happen how God said it. And when the Bible says, and he will come and take peace from the earth, because God gonna send peace to get man's attention. That's the only thing he can do. Read the Bible, you'll see that. That's the only thing he can do. He said he will heal the land. He's gonna do that. The change in technology and the resources and technology is gonna change. And when it change, it's gonna be the Lord. He gonna get the glory out of it. And the change in the system and the reduction, not the reduction, the elimination of cybercrime, everybody gonna see God. And when that happens, it's gonna take a long time. That's why it's gonna be peace. It's gonna take a while before any major world catastrophes happen again. It's gonna be a while. It's gonna be peaceful because he's gonna change. The formula is even changing how you build, so you won't have no hurricanes. So because you're gonna change how you build and put infrastructures in place, the world, the land is actually gonna be healed. And then when people start back acting up again, the ones that just ain't gonna serve the Lord, when the Antichrist come, because that's what's gonna happen. The Antichrist has to come, and it's gonna be the rise of the Antichrist, the rise of the dragon, and the rise of the false prophet. And that's when things gonna get bad, and that's when you're gonna know that God is on the way to come. He got a timeline. So, and I was looking at Revelations the other day. I was actually gonna, I'm supposed to be studying that actually, because that's where my prophecies are coming from. And when I started listening to it, and God say, I'm talking to the church, that's who he's actually talking to. I'm not talking to nobody. I'm not talking to the world. I'm talking to the church. He wants the church to get focused, to get focused, to center themselves in what he wants them to do, and and reorganize themselves so that everybody see him, because they're going to see the work that he's doing, the revelation that's going to come to the church. And that's what's going to change the world and the environment, because we going to have prophecies on what we building, what we seeing, what God wants, who God wants in this place and that place, and what and how to affect this environment and change that environment. Just because God is coming back don't mean the world is going to hell in a handbasket. That's not how we supposed to look at things. That's not, we want to know what's going to happen, but God still promised to take care of his children and to be with us no matter what. And we need to pull together so that we're able to be unified until the day of his return. Those prophecies and those he said that they'll dream dreams and prophesy and tell signs and wonders. That has to come from the church. And so that's pretty much it. So I have talked my little honey off. I'm supposed to be going to there to get a shower. Heaven know what is TD Jakes preaching that got these people going crazy like that? I ain't never seen that. They got his wife shouting. I ain't never seen that. Let me turn this off. You hear what TD is saying.
This is going to be the year that God releases you from enablers and brings you to evangelists. This is going to be the year that you get strength in places you never had it before. This is going to be the year that you leap over obstacles. This is going to be the year that you step over mountains. This is going to be the year that the tail becomes the head. This is going to be the year that the head becomes the tail. This is going to be the year of the unexpected. 2022 is my year for the unexpected. Don't look for me where you left me. Don't look for me where you laid me down. Don't expect me to be where you brought me off. Because I'm getting ready to bust some move up in here. I'm getting ready to step somewhere I've never stepped before. Somebody give me 15 seconds of crazy. Oh, that was cute. That was cute, thank you. But that's not the kind of praise I want. I expected that kind of praise. I want that jaw-dropping praise, that unexpected praise, that excited praise, that revolutionary praise, that praise that says, I'm not through living my life. I've got something else to do. I've got something else to build. I've got something else to fight. I want somebody with an unexpected praise. Open up your mouth and give God an unexpected. Run over and fist bump somebody and tell them I'm going to do the unexpected. Don't expect me to be expected. Don't expect me to be normal. Don't expect me to be where you left me. Don't expect me to fit in the circle. I will not stay where you leave me. I will not stay where you drop me off. I will not stay in the condition I was in. I will not stay there. 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 I refuse to have another year like last year. Something is going to move this year. Something is going to change this year. Something is going to open up this year. Open your mouth and give God the glory. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm getting ready to mess things up. I'm getting ready to break the routine. I'm getting ready to get out of character. I'm getting ready to do the impossible. I'm getting ready to do something to write about. You're going to have to write about this because you ain't never seen me do this before. I'm getting ready to break some rules. I'm getting ready to get out of line. I'm getting ready to get out of the way. I'm getting ready to not need you to do like I needed you to carry me. Because I'm getting ready to get independent. I'm getting ready to stand on my own. I'm getting ready to flow in a brand new zone. I'm getting ready to loan and not borrow. Now y'all don't hear what I'm saying. I'm getting ready to build a second home. I'm getting ready to start a franchise. I'm getting ready to open up another business. I'm getting ready to become an investor. Yes, the one who was on welfare. Yes, the one who was on food stamps. Yes, the one that they overlooked. Yes, the one they said would never be anybody. I'm getting ready to get up from here. Don't be looking at me for me to be where you drop me. I will arise. Maya Angelou said it. Still I rise. And still I rise. And still I rise. And still I rise. I lost my job. And still I rise. I lost my friends. And still I rise. I lost my situation. And still I rise. I will arise. Somebody help me praise him. I don't need everybody. I just need 5 people that help me praise him for the unexpected, the extraordinary, the exceptional, the unusual, the magnificent, the magnificent, the magnificent, the awesome, the spectacular power of God, the power of God, the power of God, the power of God. So let me see. We had the enablers. We had the evangelists. I want to deal with number 3, the expectation. He just expected to receive something. That's like mailing a letter without putting an address on the envelope. Lord, you give me something. Just bless me. That's stupid. You already blessed. Why you keep asking God to bless you? You already blessed. Bless you how? Bless you in what way? Bless you in what state? Bless you in what area? You need to be specific with God. They expected to receive. He expected to receive something. And what he meant was, give me some money. Help me stay crippled. How many friends do you have in your life that are helping you stay crippled? John said, oh, I feel like preaching. Yeah. John said, look on us. We don't look like your enablers. We're not the same kind of men. We're not the people in the synagogue. Look on us so that you can see that you're standing in front of exposure. God has exposed you to somebody who's got the power to change your life. Is there anybody in here that's ever been exposed to somebody that changed your life? If you're in here, give witness. Now, I'm getting ready to give you. You have only gotten in your life on the level that you expected. Oh, you talking to me, but really all he expected was alms. The Bible said he expected to receive something, but all he expected was alms. Because that's all he had asked for all his life. And when all you expect is a certain thing, That's all you get. And he would have got some more of what he expected if it had not been. See, John told him to look on us. Peter told him, silver and gold have I none. Silver and gold have I none, but such as I have, give I unto thee. See, you gotta have somebody who knows what they got. Such as I have, give I thee. That's all you gonna get from me is what I got. Such as I have, give I thee. In the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth, rise up and walk. I speak to somebody watching online, and you've been laying there long enough. You've been crying long enough. You've been depressed long enough. You've made excuses long enough. In the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth, rise up and walk. Somebody rise up and take a little walk somewhere. Just walk anywhere. Anywhere but where you were. Anywhere but where you were. Anywhere but what you were. This is your year to move. This is your year to move out. This is your year to take over new territory. This is your year to show up in unexpected places. Anywhere but where you were. I'm going to sit somewhere, but I won't sit where I'm at. I'm going to stand somewhere, but I'm not going to stand where I've been standing all my life. I'm going to move somewhere. In the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth, rise up and walk. And Jackie, they heard the word. But even after hearing the word, he still didn't walk. But Peter was too radical to be defeated. So he took him by the hand and he snatched him up. This is our year to snatch up people. They've heard our sermons, but this is a snatching year. If you don't snatch it, it's not going to work. I don't know who I'm preaching to, but God said snatch it up. Snatch it up. They've heard your sermon. Now snatch it up. You've been fussing about it. Now snatch it up. He took him by the right hand and he snatched him up. And the Bible says, immediately, not gradually, but immediately. I got enough doctors in this church to tell you that's inconceivable for a person who has never walked. That's inconceivable for somebody who's been in a coma. If you've been laying in the bed long enough, you would need therapy. But God says, number 4, he's going to do the extraordinary. What took somebody months to overcome, what took somebody therapy to overcome, you already lost enough time. You don't have time to wait. Oh God, I feel like preaching. You don't have time to waste on therapy. God said, I'm going to do a quick work. So the Bible says, immediately his ankles and his feet received strength. And the man stood up and started walking and leaping and praising God. Somebody praise God like you lost your mind. Praise it 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 like You're going to have to be obedient. I'm going to give you one more chance. And God's going to bless you on the level of your obedience. Praise it like you lost your mind. I said all of that. Just to say, expect the unexpected. You're watching online, expect the unexpected. Your system will be shattered. Your enablers will be unemployed. Y'all hear what I'm talking about? Everything in your life is about to change in a dynamic way. God is going to use somebody with the spirit of an evangelist. They may not even have the title of an evangelist, but an evangelist is anybody who leads you better than you were before. It might be a wife, it might be a husband, it might be a friend, it might be a cousin, it might be a co-worker. But God is going to send somebody that's anointed to get you out of your routine. Oh God, I gotta quit preaching, because the more I preach, the more I feel like preaching. And the more I feel like preaching, the more yokes are breaking. They're breaking in the balcony. They're breaking in the back of the church. Because the spirit of evangelism is in this place. And it's my job to preach till you're better than you were when you came. Somebody said, I gotta get to better. I gotta get to better. I got to get to better. I gotta get to better. I got to get to better. I got to get to better. I gotta get to better. I got to get to better. Anybody else who has never walked would have to have therapy. They would have to teach their muscles how to agree with their nervous system so that the bones would be strong enough to coordinate the language between the skeletal system and the nerve system connected with the muscle system. All have to walk in agreement in order for you to be able to walk. This is a motion you've never made before. Your ankle has never moved before. Anybody else would start off in a chair doing alphabets with their toes, trying to get their ankle built up strong enough to be able to bear the weight of their whole body. But because of Jesus, because of Jesus, because of Jesus, you're going to go from bad credit to great credit. You're going to go from renting to home ownership. You're going to go from being quiet to being a powerful preacher. And it ain't going to take a long time. Somebody holler immediately. Immediately. The yoke will be broken. Immediately. The yoke will be destroyed. Woo! You gotta come to me immediately. Woo! Let me stop this. Woo! In the ocean. God said he sent this message to wake you up. Because the enemy wants to lull you back to sleep until Monday looks like Tuesday, and Tuesday looks like Wednesday, and Wednesday looks like Thursday. But I prophesied disruption. I prophesied change. I prophesied the unexpected, the exceptional, the extraordinary, the unusual, the spectacular, the supernatural, the magnificent, the divine. This is not going to be something God puts in your cup. This is going to be something God puts in your ankles. God is going to put something in your weakest place. When the doors of the temple flung open, they were looking for some attendants. They were not looking for the lame man. The Bible said they were shocked. They were astonished because they had put him in the box of the incurables. And he came in the temple. That's the vow. He didn't come in to get healed. He came in already healed. No man got the credit for it. To God be the glory for the things he has done. And they started whispering amongst themselves, is not this the man? People ain't gonna know you because they got you in a box. But this is a box breaking year. This is a box breaking year. You hear me online? This is a box breaking year. This is a box breaking year. This is a year for the unexpected. Some of you have stayed lame. Watch this. Some of you have stayed lame to make other people comfortable. You haven't been your best self to make them feel comfortable, to make them feel needed. This is your year. If they can't take you walking and leaping, they're going to have to get out of your face. This is your year to do what you've never done before. This is your year to move into a complete different dimension.
So I am trying to this is draining. Trying to how to figure out how to throw away some of these wigs. How to the wigs that I have, everybody have them. So I wanted to post a rhetorical post, and I thought that would be nice. But I just feel like everybody should. Let's go get wigs together because every wig that I have, somebody else have it. It almost makes me angry because I feel like I can't be unique and be myself. I don't like it. Um, so like, let's see. Okay, fishtail braiding for beginners. This is what I want to do. Um,
Hey, man.
okay, hold on. Let's 1 second. Let me see.
Get a butter croissant for a little
I'm
expense.
gonna do this braid on this wig to keep from throwing it away. I hate throwaway wigs. um, especially one with this length, but I have to go above and beyond trying to find a way to be unique. So this wig right here, someone has this. I'm not gonna call any names, but someone has this wig. This wig was Daddy put this at Goodwill in California for me one day that I asked him for a wig. I said, if you really want to give me a treat, you can give me a wig. And so he did. He put me one at Goodwill. He put me that, the Skechers shoes, and the New Balance tennis shoes. He put me those, the green coat, a suitcase, and this at Goodwill on Foothill Boulevard. And then he put me his sign that he always does when he give me something, and he put best daddy ever. And I was so happy. And this was a human hair wig, so I know he had staged me for a big receipt with this, but it didn't matter. I was happy to have one. And then he gave me a man's jacket because he knew I needed a coat. And then he put a paper clip on it, and that's like a. He always tells lies, like I'm protecting you. No, you're not. It's just he lies to himself. Um, so he gave me that, and he put the paper clip on it. It's like a message, and so he gave me a jacket, and I felt good with the jacket because it was like a nice um, Downs jacket, and it was so warm, and it was a man's jacket. And he gave me that, and then he gave me that, and he gave me a pair of shoes. I needed some shoes. And then he gave me a suitcase. He gave me three suitcases that he had already traveled with. And then he gave me, and he put a nice little card later in my storage at Haven Avenue. He goes in my storages whenever he wants to, by the way. And he did that, and he gave me um, four things in this wig. And it was a Vivica Fox wig, and it was in the box. And then he gave me, once I got that, then I got, what else? Oh, and then did he give me some money that day? No, I think I got a bus ticket or some bus pass or something like that. But he let me have a good day that day. I mean, it's all tricks, but and so I was happy about that. And then he put best daddy ever. And so I'm always thankful for his tricky treats. Um, I'm never not happy for them. So I was happy that he got me the stuff. And then so that was at Goodwill. So this was the wig he got me. And then um, they have this wig. And then this wig, let's go through his wigs. So Anthony in um, in Roswell took me to get this wig. This wig is the wig that the girl had on in Hilton Two Suites Hotel, being me in. Ooh, ooh, oh, yes, yes. I was wondering, what is that old man relevant in this situation? That's my boyfriend. The girl said, oh, let me see how he's gonna braid this. I don't want to. French tail. I know how to French braid. I want to do the fish braid. It looks rich. Um, no, that man, that girl said, okay, this week the girl had on at um Hilton Two Suites Hotel in May of 2022 when I got raped. So she took this hotel with this lining, and she had this on, and it was nappy. And this came from Roswell Road. And that restaurant that Anthony took me to that night, they poisoned the mess out of me. Them Chinese people out there. Yes, they did. Oh, God, I was wondering. That was in December. Yeah, that was in December of 2022. Of 2023. Yes, God, them people poisoned the mess out of me at that Chinese place. Said I ain't want that joint no more. Um, but this is the week that the girl had on. She had on one. They went and got her one. So I definitely don't want that. And then um, here is the wavy wig that everyone has. And if they don't have it, then Mexicans have regular wavy hair. But that's the wavy wig. And then here's your stripper's wigs. They want me to wear the long wigs, which I like, but they want me to really look like a stripper. And they didn't even make me be a good stripper either. They said my vagina smells bad. I love it. I love it. There's nothing that they can say to me that makes it hurts my feelings. They said the man at Greyhound said that the girl they took a event that actually happened when I first got here and got homeless, and I first went to Greyhound, and I didn't have nowhere to. I mean, got down there and I didn't have nowhere to use the bathroom. I think somewhere in there, yeah, and I couldn't go in there, and I had to pee real bad, and I went to the side and I asked this boy to come watch out for me, and they did. And he like stood around me, and I peed and covered myself, and they used that same analogy and said that was talking to each other down there. And the man said, yeah, and I just took this chick around the corner to go pee. Man, that bit pussy stank. That's what he said. Lord forgive me for cussing. But that's what they said. And they was swapping. So I don't care. The stuff that they made is just, I can't wait to go to court and look at the movie and look at all of the stuff he's made, and then to see the person that will see everybody in the situation will have, it will be impossible for them to not be on payroll. Everybody, from the judge to the prosecutor, all of the jury will be federal agents. None of them will be real people. None. And the judge won't even be a real judge like they did Corey. Yeah, and they act like nobody ain't supposed to say nothing about that. Just be hiring white people to come, to come get on the stand and send that people to prison. You don't have no authority to do that. You're not even a judge. Not even a judge. That lady was a litigation attorney. And you come on up here and stand there, and then when you leave, you get down. Hello? People don't care. White people can get away with whatever they want to get away with, and not like they ain't did nothing wrong. They don't want to talk about that, though. Nobody wants to talk about that. I'm like, what you doing, Susie? Nothing. Are you busy this weekend? No. What are you doing Friday? Nothing. What you need? Can I get you? What you want? Want to go on a vacation? I can send you to. Want to go to Brazil? White people get expensive trips. They already own their houses. They either get trips or they get business FHA loans, or that's really not loans. Um, they get those as gifts because they get all these incentives anyway because they white. So they don't. You ain't gonna come to them talking about one loan. They already got the loan. They get that on their own. What are you giving? So you got to come big or go home. So this is why they dropped me off in Riverdale. It's cheaper. Black people work cheaper. So they in Riverdale. How much is a poison over here? Probably $50 or a sack of weed. A poison in Roswell probably run you $35,000. A house payment, mortgage, trip. My wife want to go there, and they ain't going on no cheap cruise. Some of no doggone white people go places. No calling no names, but them people went to France. They go to big places. They go somewhere where it's gonna cost about $35,000. They're not gonna go on no cheap little. We went to the Bahamas like these black people be doing. No, they're going somewhere. They're gonna have a good time. So you got that, and then so they brought me over here in Riverdale because it's cheaper. Black people hunt each other for cheap. They don't know any better anyway. So they hunt their own kind. It's cheaper. They already know what to do. And it's cheaper. You can get them a plate of food. These girls around here be working for Kroger receipts. Who does that? I be wanting to tell them so bad. Why don't you get some money, real money, for what you're doing? White people will have Range Rovers, wouldn't even be in a room. You doing what you're doing, you should be be out there in Roswell. Gwanda should be paid. It's no way if I was her I would be still working. It's no way. I would have been told them I'm not gonna do this, and I still got to get up and go to work every morning. No, they should have had her set for the rest of her life. But then again, maybe she is, because they do pay her rent. She do get whatever job she wants. She gets little perks. You know, she not balling. But if I'm gonna do all of that stuff, and I want to get money. Not definitely don't want to be in the room for rent. I tell you that. So they what they did. So anyway, so these are the wigs. So basically, the person puts the wig on, and then they start moving, like calling no names, but my sheets come from the thrift store, and your whole bedding, somebody else has the whole thing, and they might be in the house where I'm at, and they might be somewhere else. Depends, but somebody else has this whole bedding, and they will be on there. Mainly, you have the same for medical. Somebody will have it medical, and somebody will have it to have sex, and then some man will have it to swap balls. Everybody swaps balls. You go in there and put on her nightgown or put on the same thing and lay down in the bed and take your balls out and scratch and fart and burp and rub your stomach and have alcohol and put your little crack right here and get your little cocaine and lace that there, and then get you some women. Preferably girls. Get you somebody young, impressionable, and then they gonna swap with that. That's why it's so many young people that I deal with. You be swapping. You be thinking that those are just people that you talking to in the house. Child, that girl is on Tinder. And when you standing there talking to her face to face, they gonna change the whole narrative and you gonna be in there trying to pick up a girl, and you was not. They're gonna do that, and then but they're gonna make it nasty. They're not gonna make it like you attracted to women and you're a lesbian. No, they're gonna make it grungy and nasty. Like, what's nasty you could do with that? Like going with children and you got AIDS, or going with children and you got a disease, or like, and you are like nasty. Like it has to be nasty. He's gonna do that. I don't care about that. But he's gonna do that. And so you wait, and then okay. So so what we need to do with medical, and I really don't want to have this on this head like this because he already is setting me up for a salon down the street or around the corner. It's somewhere over here. But he's already setting me up for that, and I don't really want to be doing wigs on heads like this. He put one down there at the store for me to buy, and he put it on sale for $9.99. And I looked, and the girl gonna walk by. I wanted to hit that. Lord forgive me so bad, but I wanted to knock that girl in the back of her head because I don't like how he thinks that he's controlling me with witchcraft, and he does that a lot. Like, let's say tonight I'm gonna braid this wig. He will put on the TV, BAW, braid a wig, or do hair, like something like that. Like he is the reason that I'm doing this, but I will be doing this before him. And then like I was in the store, so he gonna tell the girl. He tells people he's controlling me. He tells people that, like, for real, they believe him too. He tells people that. So the girl walks by in Beauty Master down the street and touched the wig like by this. I want to say, who you think you playing with, girl? I'm gonna bust a mess out you. You done lost your doggone mind playing with me like that. Sick of he be playing with them little churn, playing with me like that. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Like he done went too far with the whole thing. This supposed to be an investigation with integrity, morals, and grown people on your grown stuff. Don't be having these little girls run up to my touching a mannequin. Girl, I will knock you in your head with that mannequin. Keep playing with me. They say I'm going to jail anyway, so I don't have anything to lose. You will get knocked upside your head in the south and make him have to go ahead and put me in jail early. And I have thought about doing that to just mess him up and mess up his plan. But it will have to be something really bad, because if it's not, he won't put me in jail. If it's not when he's ready and not what he wants to do, he will overlook it. Has to be what he wants to do when he's ready, not me. You don't control anything. So, what needs to happen with medical? Okay, so what needs to happen with medical is this. Hold on, let me get a handle on this. So, I did this before. Okay, so two pieces. I tried this before. So basically, I can't do it. I ain't got no support. So okay, so basically with medical, this is what we need to do. And this is what's wrong. Gosh, I'm so stuffed up. It's not been one place in the last, I don't know how long, that I've been able to lay down and go to sleep and not wake up with a new symptom, a bump, something, some kind of reminder of his presence. I don't think that anybody in this world should have to live like that. I don't care what he is framing me for. I don't think that anyone should have to live like that. And by the way, I've been paying attention to when I go to the hair store. He has these foreign people that just come and walk through. It's annoying. All right, so this is the changes that needed to be made for medical. And we're going to do medical changes under Grace's law because I want, after this is done, for this to be called Grace's Law, and then there's a series of laws changed. And usually they don't do that for Black people, but I'm hoping that they can see that something could be affected for white people, and then it will be a change. Because other than that, they won't. It has to be something that could affect white people in order for them to be alert. So, medical changes under Grace's Law. So, under Grace's Law, medical changes. Number one, I want to change how you um, register to be seen. Now, I want to do two parts. So, the first part is I want to implement an immediate change, which is going to take you to a computer, and the computer will be two-factor right now because that's what we have. But when we go to six-factor authentication, I want for you to totally register on the computer itself. But for two-factor, you will go and sign in to be seen on the computer. Um, if you're already registered there and have a profile, then all of your info will come up, and then you will get an alert to your email, cell phone, or whatever, alerting you that you're being seen and that you have to confirm it with a code, and then you can check in. I think that something needs to be done ASAP for the check-in process because these people go to register to be seen at the hospital in my name and in names of profiles that I am falsely associated with, and they go and get treatment for serious illnesses. I was personally there on January the 10th, 2022, and Grant went to the doctor as me for his heart. All right, so we need to change how we're able to be seen. Now, once we do six-factor authentication, what we will have then is we will have a whole system that you cannot be, it's impossible. You won't even have to authenticate. It will visually scan your face and compare all of that so we know who's checking in and what you're being seen for, and then it'll systemically move you throughout the hospital and the process, and even release you from the ER without you being seen, depending on what you're being seen for. So that's with six-factor, but right now I think we need to do away with the little scout at the desk that checks you in and gives you a bracelet to a hospital that you're not at. Now, you may say, she's lying, she's full of crap, that never happened. Well, I like to have proof in the pudding. And so, where is the receipt. It's in one of these notebooks. I just seen it the other day, and that wasn't the other day. I mean, that was it. Oh, here it is, right here. So you go in and you get. I don't want to take it up, but you go in and you get these bands, and you don't know what that QR code goes to, and what those hospital initials and stuff going to, and where they link. You don't know. You just know that when you get there, you're being set up. And that's it. So you go in and you sign up and you go in there, and they all know, because they know how to get ready before you come, because they know where you're going. It's a major conspiracy and an operation. So you have plenty of people on board. They will say she's on the train. And let's say the person that I need to swap with can't get there to another 45 minutes. Guess where Marta ain't going? Nowhere. The bus gonna be late, because you gotta wait to get where you going, because you gotta get there to go swap with the man that's coming to swap with you. And right now he's busy at work, because you're supposed to be at work. So you gotta wait. And then when he come up there, you're gonna swap with him. And they actually did that at Southern Regional Hospital in January of 2024. They had a man up there swapping with me at for Popeyes. So you're going to swap with people, and you have to wait so that the truth doesn't clash with the lie. And so this is a very meticulous operation. And this is why no one moves without being told. No one. If I was to text anybody right now and say, can I have $50? They gonna wait and see if the master confirms it. And if they don't hear from him, they're not gonna respond. No one moves without his permission, because you don't know what device is on you, who's on the device, where that device is, and you can message and text and be to mess something up, because that device might be in Canada, and you sending a message and they done switched the time to 2016. You're not in 2016. Your profile not registered yet. This is why Ketchup doesn't talk to me all the time. It may not be his year. They may be redoing a part in 2009, and they say, she hadn't met you yet. We're doing 2009 this week and next week. So you can talk to her after 2009 is made. We'll be back a minute in 2024. We'll be redoing some stuff here, and then we're going to go back. We got something else we need to catch up, because we heard something that she said, because they listen to everything I say for edits, not to give me no freedom. They listen for edits. So they listen and say, okay, what did she say? They're going to go back and they're going to listen, and their fake solicitor is too. The fake prosecutor is too. So they listen and they say, all right, what did she say? It's like, oh, you're going to have a hole with that. What you going to do? Well, we can do this. We'll fix it. See, the benefit to them is everything that they have is electronic. And there is nothing that you cannot do with haptics on a computer. You can change anything about anyone, anywhere. Anywhere. If I want to say I had surgery in 2015, and they want to say in 2015 she was in Canada, guess where you're going to be? In Canada in 2015, and they're going to erase everything as if it never occurred. And with that, because the internet is only a sheet of paper, that's all it is. It's a coded sheet of paper. That's it. So you can write it just like you can writing anything. Like I'm writing on this. Same thing on the internet. Doesn't mean it's true. They do it to me all the time. They just overlaid preaching a minute ago. They do it all the time. They overlay everything I listen to. It almost wants me. I think they wanted to do it so much that it turned me off from preaching that I didn't want to listen to it anymore. And they were almost there. And so at first, I was only going to listen to praise and worship music because they would overlay preaching so bad, easing little stuff in there, suggestions, or every preacher I have ever listened to say something like this: you got to talk to yourself no matter what. Yeah, go ahead and get to listening to those agents talk to you, telling you to talk to yourself so that they can record. Because even though I'm in here on live right now, they be telling people that she not talking to herself, knowing that I'm on live. So that is not what you want to do. So going back to this, I'm gonna come back to that. Going back to this medical changes, I want to see that the way that you register, I think that I know that needs to change as soon as possible to protect the identity of someone. You cannot be able to simply go into an ER and register and don't have ID. And even if you did, they call me a man. So it doesn't even matter. It has to have a way that anything is not put into your chart or record without your permission. That's the second thing. So we're going to do chart access. Because what they would do is, let's say Grady was known for, every hospital did it, but some hospitals was worse than others, and Grady was the worst because they used to take pictures for the other hospital, knowing that their system was interlinked already prior to my arrival. So let's say that Grady is linked with Pemuto Dundo Hospital in Texas. They love Texas. And let's say they're going to say, okay, Grady, what we want you to do is, they're actually not linked, but we finna link this for you. So they're going to have the agent sit at the computer, turn your badge around so there's no name, and we want you to go and sit in there just as soon as she comes. And then we're going to time it where she comes to you, but everyone else real go to the other person. And they're going to come in there and she's going to check in. We want you to take that computer, go online to www.zitomundo at texashpc.com. You're going to go in there and say, well, let's do Florida. They love Florida. So go in there and do Florida mental health, whatever. Go there and sign in and take her name and sign her in and take your camera. We got a man signing in down here, or we got someone down here that is crapped all over themselves and that's pissy. And what we want to do is put her face on their profile in this computer. So what we want you to do is go online, go into hdmundo@pc.com. This is the login, because we're giving it to you because we know everything. Log into that computer and take the camera. This is important. When she signs in, giving you her real, don't worry about nothing she said. Take the camera and scan her face. And they would do that, knowing that they're taking a picture of your face, putting it on a whole nother computer where you're not even at. That person is in Florida. And they done took your face and said, pooh, gotcha. And guess what? They're going to be even more because they're going to give access to that live wire. You best believe somebody at an ATM at the hospital, and they're going to take your face, and that ATM and that is going to be conjoined, and they're going to say, boop, got you, bitch. Have a seat. We'll be with you in a moment. And that's how they get you. Have a seat because we got you. And that's how they play. And ain't nothing you can do about it. This is the law. We play games all day. Well, I like to play them and I like to talk about them because I think that they're nuts. But I think that God has made me brilliant enough. So, yep, they might play and they might get me all day long. But as long as they know, one thing for sure and two things about it, that girl know what we be doing. Oh, doggone right. Ain't nothing they can do on no computer that I ain't gonna be able to pick up. Nothing. That's why they ain't showed nothing to me yet. Because they know as soon as we drop the warrant and tell her what we got her for, she gonna tear all that junk up apart. Especially if it's anything fraud online. It's all that's petty. So they gonna take that. They gonna have a girl in Florida. They gonna tell her crap all over yourself. This what she got on. She got on a purple shirt today and some black pants. Go put that on. Or they might use Sharon. And they gonna say, this how she got her wig. They're gonna give her a wig, get the wig, put that on, go and do this. This is your card. Go to the ATM machine, and then we're gonna give you some money for going to do it. Okay, all right. Go in the bathroom. I know you don't want to crap on yourself. Go in the bathroom. Take you some Hershey's chocolate. Put it all over the back of your pants, and go in there and sit down. And we're gonna take pictures of you, and we'll tell you when it's okay for you to leave. And go in there. They're gonna have a buddy that is accompanying that girl up here with that phone. And so that all of that can be entangled. They're gonna send her in her hospital. They're gonna send her to a hospital that's made up like mine. So when I go in room number 2 RUA, she is in number 2 down there. They're gonna make them all of that is gonna have to fit. They're gonna take the clocks off the wall because we don't need no identity with none of this. They're gonna take the same doctor, the same profile type, and you gonna go and they're gonna blend the hospitals together. And you gonna go in there and the doctor gonna say the same thing. And no matter whether your symptoms apply or not, they're gonna go in there and have that same. If they don't have a conversation with you, they're gonna go in there and they're gonna put you in a blended room with just a curtain right here so that your phone can pick up what that doctor said, even though that doctor is not talking to you. I might go in there and say, I'm here because my chest hurt. She may went there for suicidal ideations. So the suicidal ideations got to go next door to her. And we got to have that doctor talk loud because we need that to be able to pick up. And that doctor is not going to say bye to the person right here. He just going to come on over and start talking in this room. And that's how they blend that conversation. Then when it's time to check out and leave, you're going to say, they're going to have to blend that transportation. So if let's just give it a whim and make it real juicy and say that the person with the suicidal ideations with all the crap on the back of her pants and all the other stuff been there drugged up on crack, all of that. Let's say she got to get an Uber. Well, I might be catching the bus. No, you're going to walk out and leave with the person that's in room number 3 next to you that is blending with her. She's going to walk out when you walk out. They are not going to let us leave separately. They're going to time that jump. They're going to release the other one. Even if they release number 3, they're going to tell number 3, go stand by the door and wait. Don't leave until you see her walk out. When they see me come out walking from the back, number 3 going to go walk out. The Uber going to already be waiting on me to come from the back. When the Uber come, it's going to be the same Uber. They're going to say, send a Nissan off. We need a Nissan Altima Black. Make your tag RUA 3758. When they say make your tag RUA 3758, they might say make it, let me see, if they do Alabama, it's going to be like 1H1A75, something like that. They're going to say, we need an Alabama tag. Or no, they're going to say, we need a Florida tag. So do Florida, do 1BQ1431. They're going to put a Florida tag on the back. That's going to be the same tag that they pick up. Girl, we got you. I love it. And that's how to get you. So when you go and stand in front of that white paid judge and say, that was not me, girl, go have a seat. Them people do this all day long, trapping niggas and putting them in jail all day long. This is what they do. They professionals, they masters. They got the money and the resources and people. And black people don't like each other anyway. We're programmed against each other. We can't help it. I don't even blame them when I see them doing it. I think they're retarded. The man in Dollar Tree tonight, I think he's retarded. He don't know any better. He don't know why he doing it. Maybe he's afraid. But he couldn't help it. I just let him make his script and was very nice to him and just let him do their script. As long as you ain't throwing your phone in my face, I'll let you get your script in because I know you got to do what you got to do. I don't know if you're threatened. You know what I'm saying? I doubt it, but I let them make their scripts. Let them say whatever they paid to say and go on out. As long as you don't throw that phone in my face, we good. So that at the hospital needs to stop because that's what they do. It also needs to change chart access that companies that chart that, okay, let's say the hospital that they don't link to in Florida, nowhere needs to be able to access your information without your permission. That means that even if Doctors Hospital was here, or like Piedmont Fayette cannot go in the hospital and say, oh, we access your chart from this without your permission. No, you have to physically sign for permission for that. Why? Because that's what they're doing. They're linking you to places within the same system just because you're here. They might be having Ketchup living in Fayetteville. And she done took her behind way over there at Piedmont, Atlanta. We got to change that. So Ketchup, you got to go to the hospital in Fayetteville. And that's how that works. So that we can keep everything in line. Why do you think when I go to Uber Eats online, why do you really think that Uber Eats pull my food from all these different directions? It pulls my food from the closest place where the phone is. When it's in Jonesboro, it's either at that condo that they got somewhere, I think it's near Mount Zion Road or somewhere, or it's from AIQ's trailer, or it's from somewhere else, but they pull from the location that's nearest to them. It has nothing to do with me. You know what I'm saying? And so when that is the case, you know what I'm saying? It's like, I don't know how to say it. You just I don't know how to say it. You just um um what I was gonna say it. You just get whatever they say. You can't change it. They got it. Well, now Uber Eats, I can't even change the location. Before I could change the location and order somewhere close to me. They don't even do that now. They want you to build wherever they at. They pulled from Union City the other day. Who delivering from Union City all the way over here in Riverdale? Me, wherever they want you to deliver, wherever we need to make a receipt, you go wherever they need to build up. So if they might be working in it's Fayetteville Day, then you go and we build in Fayetteville evidence today. All things is Fayetteville. This the area code, and they communicate and say this the debit card number we using, and they put it on the back of the tag number to communicate with them. I hope that nobody don't be paying attention that they be riding in groups. They ride in groups. So those groups know. I believe that RWN stands for Wood Forest Routing Number, or routing number, whatever bank, Wells Fargo routing number. But that's what I believe, because 56 RWN 5673 is the last four of a prepaid phone number. And if he did RWN Wells Fargo routing number or Wells routing number, they abbreviate and talk to each other. And RWN in 2020 was on 4 different tags at one night in 4 different places, all within the same area. They roll together. And roll together. And if you catch one, then you know the other one is somewhere around. They roll together. They ride together on the road. It's a team. It's a family. They look out for each other. I applaud them on that. They told me before in 2020, you wish you had our family. I do. The way they look out for each other, they are faithful, they are committed, they are loyal, they are um like I've never seen anything like it before in my life. They are they are so dedicated to each other. Like they really were like with one, like if one agent is gonna bring me home for church, the other agent will be like, "You need me? Want me to ride with you? I'm gonna ride behind you to follow you. I got you." They go out their way, you know. And then if the one of them don't feel comfortable, I'm gonna call you. I'm talking to you the whole way, or I got somebody else gonna look out for you. They do that. Like they are loyal to each other. So when it comes down to anything that they want to do, when it comes down to hurting somebody, they down with it. What you want to do? Run over? Just nothing. Cause where they going? They ain't going to jail. It's not like the law. Who gonna arrest? Who gonna arrest them? Nobody. So set it up. Tired of talking. Run over. Get the truck. Check it out. Check out an 18-wheeler. Get somebody to ride it. Set it up. And you just get wrecked. And think that you got wrecked. You got wrecked because somebody's driving that truck that's not supposed to be driving that truck. That's a government truck. But you will never know that. So chart access needs to change. Or definitely the interlinking of hospital charts out of state. No. Don't care. Have to have permission. Have to sign. Have to be in person to do that. The next thing that needs to change is insurance. In August of 2020, August of 2022, a white lady at San Antonio Hospital signed me up for insurance that I did not want. And they would not. They don't care what you say. You're getting this insurance because we have to pay for all of our scouts that are going to the doctor this year. So you're getting it. And now you can do about it. You can say all day long, cancel that. I don't know how they got it. Nobody's paying you any attention. They don't care about nothing you say. We're in the middle of an operation and we're getting this done. And shut up before we blow your head off. That's your answer. That's your answer. We're not cutting it off. And there's nothing you can do about it. You can say it, you can write, you can do everything. It's everything that you get is going to be a person that's dedicated to the response everywhere you go because you're in a bubble. And the agents got you like this, electronically and then physically. So you're like this and you live like this. So wherever you go, someone is assigned to that area in that region. So if you travel over to Roswell, you might get a different feeling because you done bumped off to Agent Cooper. But you're not going to get a break. Agent Cooper just might not. I ain't gonna do all the squirrels and all of that, but you still getting trapped. I just lay low at mine. I just don't do all that. But it's still people over here working. Then you come over here in Riverdale and they may do the squirrels and the poison and the gas and the heat and all. They might do all of it because they don't care. So you get whatever you get over here, and it's cheap. So you get that over here. But in Roswell, you might just get the setup. The poison might not get it as bad. You might, I think in Roswell, every county got what they do. Riverdale does everything. They don't have any rules. They don't care. Fayetteville is a no-no. Don't go anywhere near it. Nowhere near it. It's dangerous in Fayetteville. Because they don't have, it's dangerous. I think the two most dangerous counties is Fayetteville and Doraville. Doraville, that white man got on the TV. Ain't nobody got on the TV and talked to the TV since Sinesta in 2021. The white man got on TV and he spoke and he said, "Look here, young lady." He said, "I need you to put some respect on that." That white man said something like that. He told me I had to respect him. And he came across the TV, silenced everything. The man said, "Hey, young lady, I need you to put some respect on that." I said, white man came across the TV in November of 2023, and he said, "Look here, boy. What did he say? Get out of my town? No. Get out. Find somewhere else to be." Something like that. He said, but he definitely said, "Look here, boy," because they done told everybody I'm a boy. So he said, "Look here, boy." Sure did. Came across the TV and said that, and they don't. That's not the place to be. Nowhere. They polices is crap. It's a hick town, and there ain't hardly no black people over there running like that. And it ain't that tight. They police department this big. Anytime you got a police department like this, run from it. Run from it. Doraville and Fayetteville is the two worst. Marietta, they like to keep they like to keep their goons quiet. That's the white people that we're too sedity for this, and we don't want to have any conversations, and we prefer to talk about this at the golf course. That's Marietta. The quiet, keep their racism quiet and under wraps. It's not hard to detect, but they not open with it like over here in Riverdale and in Doraville and in Fayetteville. They prefer to just, we don't want to talk about that. Do whatever you're going to do. But they don't want to talk about that. And let's see what else they had me that was bad. Fulton County is just, I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. I don't even know what that is. Move on. I'll just move on. I don't know what that is. I have no idea. I have no idea what that is. Them people been dirty since 2004. Them police. They've been dirty since 2004. When that man pulled me over and took my weed out my purse. And it wasn't no like hella weed. It was a couple of blunts. And took my weed and smoked it. And took my money and took my purse and turned it upside down and told me to get in the car and go. Them people straight jack you like they ain't did nothing wrong. And the police with badges straight be robbing people on the side of the road like they ain't doing nothing wrong. Fulton County is not wrapped too tight. Not wrapped too tight. And they the ones in 2018 that officer was working with the law and took me to jail in January the 5th, 2018, and took my truck and let them ride in it. We're not going to talk about that either. They act like they don't know what happened with that. and then gave me a prepaid card when I got out of jail and took my money from the bank and gave it to somebody else to use to record the serial numbers, but gave me a prepaid card from somebody else. We're not going to talk about that either. And they act like they did nothing wrong, and then they're going to dismiss my suit to my frivolous. Change how you register to be seen. Chart access insurance. So, under Grace's law, insurance. So, insurance, what we want to change with insurance is how to ensure that anything that is paid on that account, you have to consent first. We need more consenting acknowledgments and agreements before things are just filed and paid without your knowledge. Um, and we need to have notes and uh, uh, procedural acknowledgement. All right, this is when you go into the hospital. This keeps doctors from writing, let me use that word, frivolous notes in your chart and you don't know. Anything that can be related to a serious illness or a diagnosis. You have a right to see what that is before it is entered to ensure that this person is not writing notes in your chart that can affect you over time. Like mine, when I look back at my notes, they don't care that I said that's not true. They know it's not. It's just another receipt. Because we're going to say, by the time you get to court anyway, hopefully we will be done gave you so much gas, you won't remember your name. And that's the way we want it. So we don't care what we're writing. Because we're going to say we were looking for her and she done turned to a him, or we was looking for him and she's a her now. They have wonderful, they waited until they came up with an excuse to overcome every truthful objection. That's why he said, wait and give me a little time and I'm going to turn it all. They meant that. They meant that. Give me a little bit of time. Let me move this person and take this person out the way. Let me move this out the file. Let me erase this doctor. Let me change this. Let me give you a few shots. Them people know what to do. It's a shot and a gas to give them the result of everything that they want you to have when they want you to have it. If they want you to, we need her to lay in the bed all day Friday because at the adjacent house that we got hooked up, that person that we got laying in the bed waiting on in palliative care or need help, they doctor is coming to get him a shot, so we don't need her to move Friday. So guess what you getting in the middle of the night Thursday? Gas. And gas all day Friday. So that while that person is being seen for about a doctor and getting a shot that's gonna make them sleep all day, guess what you're gonna be doing? Sleep all day Friday. And you thinking you sleep all day just and ain't nobody gonna look at no videos, no nothing. Everything gonna say zero, and they're gonna cut your inner lines off and everything to make you look like you are in over there in the convalescent home, laid up. Or same thing if it ain't that, if they want you having sex, if somebody having sex or swapping balls, if a man is there getting hot, because I notice on every Friday they make me sweat. So if it's Friday, they will probably run. They're gonna say, what is she liable to eat? How much money she got? This, that, and the other. They plan this out days before. Friday you sweat because Friday is the day that people got money. They gonna got paid. They gonna get them a few lines of cocaine, a few balls, 8 balls, or whatever. Send home, get some cocaine, get some liquor, and all of that. And that's what you're gonna do. And I'm not doing that. I might be here really looking at TD Jakes and laying here. No, you're gonna get some girls and swap balls and get nasty and get you some cats and get you some candles and work a few roots, and you're gonna do all of that. That's what you're gonna do, and bleed out your ass and all of that junk for us. That's what you're gonna do. And so how we gonna do that is we need her to sweat tonight. So we're going to give a super good deal on Uber Eats, and to just flash it because she don't want Uber Eats. Send a notification to the phone that's connected to her and give her 75% off as a promotional deal for her reaching her 30th mark in orders. Give her 75% off, make it unbelievable. Give her that deal, she's going to take it. Where we want her to get the food from, put that as the first suggestion and put 0 delivery fee. And put a buy one, get one free on something that she likes. We want her to get a lot of food because we're going to load her up with a lot of poison. We need her to sweat tonight. Give her that and give her a large drink free with purchase and put it large drink on sugar items only. Give her some Coke. Let's get her up and energized and get her sweating. Get her, make the deal only on a Coke and give a free large Coke with the purchase of the meal and get it buy one, get one free so we can put the poison in both orders and in both of the drinks. Get the food, you're going to order it, 75% off. I paid about $10. They're going to pay about $10. You're going to get the food Thursday. You're going to be up all night anyway. And Friday, I'm going into Friday night, you're going to be sweating just like they want you to do. And they might, let's see what they might do to get you to sweat real bad. They might cut off the air, might have a power outage. Then again, they ain't going to do too much with the power outages because they need the connection. So they're not going to play with that unless they need to reset all of the networks. They're going to cut off the they're going to cut off the AC, or they will just put enough in there to make you sweat, but not to make you die, but just enough to make you sweat like a horse. And then if they need to make you sweat really bad and have symptoms, then what they'll do is they'll come in while you sleep and you'll get a shot, because they probably give you a shot of COVID, get a shot of something else, something to make you feel like the person is feeling down the street. And then if they want you to be chipper and up, and then you're going to get the poison that they gave me in January of 2021 at Red Wolf Inn. You're going to get that. And that poison, it makes you stay up and you feel fluttery. And my chest was like, I just felt fluttery. I think they gave me that at Anthony House too, because he poisoned me real bad one morning that when I woke up I was furious. That poison that he did, it was like bad. Like, I don't know what I had wrote about him that night, but I tell you what, when I went to sleep, that white man said, I'm gonna get your ass. And he did. When I woke up, I went over in 5 o'clock traffic in the front of everybody with all their friends watching and televised it. Oh my God. So no, can't touch him. You have to just pray. You can't touch him. You know what I'm saying? Because they gonna do it. They gonna do it. That's just what they do. And they all down with it. And so So if they want you to sweat, depending on what the reason you're sweating. If you're sweating because you're sick, then you're getting a shot. If you sweating because you're doing drugs, they're gonna give you that special. Get you drink some soda, and they're gonna probably give you a little bit of crack or something in your sleep to get you, or something like that to get you buzzing. But they can make you sweat. You're gonna sweat. And then once you do that, then they're gonna tie you in, and then you're gonna be doing what that person is doing. And then let's say they want you to sleep because we got somebody. You done partied all night with your girls, and we want you to sleep because you worked all night. Then you gonna sleep, and then we're gonna swap your environment with the uniform that you wore, and we're gonna get somebody to come out in the yard with the same car that went to the job, and they're gonna do all that. Ain't nothing you can do about that. Then let's say they want you to watch porn. When I go to sleep, I have figured it out because I don't ever dream about sex unless they be changing my thing. And I think I'm quite sure when we get all of this false evidence out in the public, I'm quite sure they be done took my face while that's why I turn away from the camera when I go to bed. Because I think that if I was to go to sleep facing this, they will put all kind of porn on this thing. And I have realized that sometimes out of nowhere porn just come in my mind when I be asleep, and I don't watch porn, and I'm not interested in that. So I was like paying attention to that. Don't look at this computer. Don't face it when you go to sleep, because they play all kind of games with that camera. Like I right now am talking to YouTube. Child, please. Them people probably got a boy 14, one of their sons, paid their sons. Go in there and take your balls out, and just take your balls out for me and let me record it. People nasty. Take your face and put it anywhere, and you thinking that you on YouTube. Them people is talking to somebody with their balls out online. That's what they doing. And you think you talking. I'm surprised they ain't came on that by now and said, aren't you tired of talking yourself? Because they do that. They do that. But knowing I'm not talking to myself, they hear every word I say because they wait and build on everything that I say. They wait and see where they got holes, what holes we need to fix. If she sound too truthful, how's her mind? Is her memory still good? What do we need to work on? Is she still, how is she doing? How are we progressing? Because they want me, by the time they get to arrest, they want me to be damn near dead. Or not able to be articulate enough in a court setting that where I can defend myself. They don't want me standing up there bright and assertive and and aware. No. The whole plan is to make you look bat crazy. That's why they confuse all these dates and these people in these locations. That's the whole point of it. So you don't ever know the date of what you're doing because we're playing with it. That's why no ever place I go have a clock. Nobody have a clock nowhere, because time is the enemy. To put up a clock, no. Nobody have a date. Nobody don't say nothing about dates. Nobody don't ever say, "Oh, this is the date." Nobody. I don't Google. No, it was all messed up. Got to do that day over then. Got to do it over. People gonna come around. They all gonna be dressed with whatever I had on in that day. They gonna put the car on the scene, and they're gonna remake that day over there again with the phone and the bank card that they need. Everything has to collaborate. And that's what they're gonna do all day long. And then at the same time, they be working multiple streams at one time. You gotta work past, present, and future. Gotta work to make me crazy. Gotta work on the um you gotta you gotta want you gotta make him beautiful. I mean, I'm reading this. You gotta make uh you gotta make um you gotta make they gotta make everything right. Um you gotta make everything right. Past, present, and future. Everything gotta match. Why do you think they really started sticking me back in 2020? Because they wanted to see if they could when they feel strong about a paid conviction, then they be like, you going to jail. When they see that they can't win and they done messed it up, you're dead. They go from them two every day. Lately, they done said you're going to prison, so I guess they feel like they came up with something new. But it changes every day. Somebody else will say tomorrow, no, you're still dead. Then the next person will come and say, no, we're going to put her in prison forever. They changed whoever, until they feel like, but in the meantime, even when they say that you're going to prison, you're still getting stuck, because the reason that you get stuck is because they want you to they said that I regained my ability to walk. They be playing because they want you to get disability, all of that stuff. I'm over it. And if you do get disability, it's not like they still leaving you alone. They're never leaving you alone. They don't. I just feel like God has to deliver me. And by the way, when I ate the food from Chick-fil-A today, no, I noticed when everybody else got their food from Chick-fil-A, they gave them their food immediately, because Chick-fil-A have sandwiches, macaroni and cheeses, and all that stuff pre-made, and they just pull it off and give it to you. Not mine. I have to wait every time. Every time. Every time. I never just, everybody else just got their food handed to them after they order. Not mine. But no, it wasn't bad at Chick-fil-A, but I don't feel comfortable eating it no more. And I had just a little bit of blood after I ate it, and I only get that after you eat. So I don't want to I don't want to eat there. I hate saying that because making it impossible. But the other day, you know what I'm saying? It's not too many places where I can eat. I either have to cook it for myself or do it for myself. But some places that you just, Doraville, like I said, or oh, and let me tell you another one that's bad. Brookhaven. Don't go to that McDonald's. No, no. I stopped going there. Stopped going there all the way around the board. Brookhaven, and when that Planet Fitness right there at Brookhaven, they was letting me go in there. They knew that she gonna fall asleep. They knew. And when I fell asleep in that hotel in that room, in that back room, they came right on in there, and them boys would be out and gone, and the people came right on there and gassed and stuck me. I woke up with 3 sticks around my neck. They wanted to make me look like that boy that worked at Popeyes. Yes, they did. Sure did. Sure did. Woke up with 3 sticks, and they dinged me when I woke up too. Like, yep, you see it. Sure did. Brookhaven is bad. But I think that, okay, back to uh um another thing under Grace's law for medical is I want you to be able to get, I want AI, you to have AI companion there so that you can get an explanation of what's being put in your chart. Um, and your discharge can be explained. Because, like I said, the doctor's just putting stuff in there to make me look bad. And I think that needs to be addressed. So, if we did make these changes, I think we can expect to see a better healthcare system. Now, this is not to include the actual AI healthcare reform plan that I want to do. I hadn't got into that. This is just saying where the ER is right now. This can be done tomorrow. And this is not expensive. This is just an redoing, implementing a new upgrade to the systems that they already use. So basically, if you already use, my chart, then you'll check in on my chart. And my chart, you'll have to register your device. This is where we need to go with this so that it could be going to the doctor needs to be as secure as gaining access to the Internal Revenue Service. You got to go through an arm and a leg to register with the Internal Revenue Service. You should be able to go through an arm and a leg to register for your body, for your health, for your, that, you know how private that is? And these people just send my stuff all over the world. They got caught the other day sending a request to Florida that I ain't even do, and you can't nothing you can do about it. And they get caught and then say you're dead. They don't even say you sorry. Don't even say nothing about it. But they call my stuff frivolous. But a lady just sat down on the phone at Doctor's Hospital and said send a link to Florida when I just got the same medical records, and that was not the link at all. And they don't say nothing about it. They had like he sent her. All right, let me get some of my stuff up. Worship you. All right. Okay. So I'm going to come back in just a second and discuss the verdict. Shoot. Ooh, got 100%. All right. I gotta end this. I'll be right back in a minute.